Everyone. Good morning and welcome to our first Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee meeting of the year, today the 13th of February 2020. No mai haramai. In starting this morning, I know that we have a council prayer that is said at the full council meeting. However, for many of us sitting around this table, we do like to open our meetings with karakia, and please remain seated, but I would like to ask Mercia if you would open our meeting today. Thank you. Mercia.
Nō reira kia hihiri tātou. Tūtawa mai I runga, tūtawa mai I raro, tūtawa mai I roto, tūtawa mai I waho, kia tau ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora ki te katoa, haumi e hui e, kai ki e.
Thank you, Mercia. Thank you. This morning, welcome to the media. We have members of the public present, and also a special welcome this morning to John Waka, the husband of our late colleague, councillor colleague Maureen Waka. Tēnā koe, no mai haramai, John, tēnā koe. To our staff, welcome. So this is the first meeting, and of course we are being live streamed this morning as well. So to those watching from afar, no mai haramai, most welcome. This is our first meeting this morning, so I would like to just take a few minutes to make some introductory remarks. As you know, when everybody is present at our Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee meeting, when all members are present, we have our Worship the Mayor, we have 10 councillors, we have representatives of the Lakes, Rural and Te Tātou present and sitting around the table. So that makes for 15 people. My job as the chair is to ensure that the meeting progresses in an orderly fashion and that we deal to the meeting of the day and work through the agenda. You will know that from experience, for many of you sitting around the table, everybody wants to have a say, of course. They want to have their input into the discussions, and sometimes it's quite difficult as the chair to ensure that I'm following the discussions closely. Certainly I'm watching the behaviour at all times, but I'm also trying to ensure that I don't miss anybody out as I try to get your attention and note your name as we move through. So sometimes please do not get impatient. I have noted you. I will get to you in the order that I am making a note of you wishing to speak. Sometimes it may be necessary for me to jump to another speaker because of information that I think if they shared earlier on or discussed earlier on, it would make it better for the discussions. But rest assured, I will get to you. If you just raise your hand, and I will make a note of it, and I am often assisted by that by Una, just so that I never miss anybody out. Of course, we have got new councillors and others sitting at the table, and everyone brings a range of experiences. And that is how it should be. We have all been elected by the citizens of Rotorua so that they believe that we will make the best decisions because those decisions impact on our citizens. But I do want to say that no one sitting around the table has the monopoly on good ideas. We all have good ideas, we all want to make the best decisions, and so I want to make sure that everybody does get heard. Please don't personalise any of the remarks that you make around this table. It's not necessary. Remain on message. Say what is needed to be said. But if you personalise anything, first of all, I will intervene. But then, quite frankly, your argument goes south. So just please remember that. Be fully present at our meetings. By that, I mean put your mobile phones off the table. Don't get up and down and go out and come back and 10 minutes later go out again, because in that case you're relying on others to carry the day. So please be fully present. I have had an apology for there's a councillor who may need this morning, and I'm grateful for the knowledge of that, to take a call because of sickness in the home, so I'm happy to obviously be notified of that. But other than that, please put your phones aside and be fully present for our meeting today. I see really no reason why, in most instances, we cannot finish our meeting within the 3 to 4 hours allotted. If we can't, it's because somebody's waffling. And if we can't, it's because I'm not doing my job. The agenda has been put together, the papers have been prepared, you've read them all, so you should come quite clear about what it is we need to discuss. So I'm just saying that really sometimes there will be, it will be necessary for us to carry on after lunch, but in most instances I think we can get through the agenda in the allotted time that we have. There are no silly questions. There are no silly questions. Every question is pertinent, it's relevant, and so please don't hesitate to ask. Sometimes I have found with new councillors, it is obvious by the question that they need more background information. And so rather than take 15, maybe half an hour, 20 minutes to explain the background, there would be an opportunity at some stage for that councillor to sit with an officer or indeed a councillor, an experienced councillor, to get the background necessary. But there usually are no silly questions. This morning, I was thinking about our going forward today, and two former councillors came to mind, Councillor Maureen Waka and Glenys Sharank. And when I first came to council, in the first 6 months, I was actually in awe of Councillor Sharank. The knowledge that she had and the institutional knowledge that she had. And I recall saying to Councillor Sharank one day, Glenys, how do you know all this stuff? And of course, Glenys said to me, it's because I've sat around this table for many, many years. And so to new councillors, I would say, of course, the officials are here, but take advantage of speaking to the councillors who have been here for many years, who hold that institutional knowledge and who are more than willing to share that with you. The other, of course, former colleague was the late Maureen Waka. Now, any of you who have had any dealings with Maureen at all will know that Maureen was a stickler for process. It really used to bug me, usually because I wanted to short track and short circuit and take the shortcut. Well, that was never going to fly with Maureen. So we do have processes that need to be followed. They are there. From time to time, they might be changed, but certainly not without discussion. So the processes that we follow in our work are there to serve us to make the best decisions possible. So, with dear Maureen's comments ringing in my ear right now, Merapeka, there is a process to follow, get on with it. So, nā mihi ke koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa, kia ora. So, now, I do want to acknowledge the passing of Naroima Mala Grant from the Te Tātou o Te Arawa board. Not only the board, but also as a wahine-toa of Te Arawa. Many of us were able to attend the tangi for Mala over earlier this week, and I know that her passing and the value that she added to Te Tātou, to council as well, she will be sadly missed. So I just wanted to acknowledge her passing, unless there's anything that somebody else would like to add to that. Thank you. Kia ora. So, fine. So we'll move into apologies, please. Any apologies? We do have one apology from Mr. Berryman Camp. So I'd like to call for a mover and a seconder, please, that our apology be accepted. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Mrs. Trumper. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary. Thank you. Carried. Any declarations of interest? Carl. Kia ora. Any items, urgent items, are not on the agenda that someone would like to pose? No? Thank goodness. Kia ora. Thank you. Now, notice of motion. There has been a notice of motion received, and it was received within the time allowed, and the motion is that the Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee provide a policy workshop on rates affordability for ratepayers with the public not excluded. Now, this was moved by Councillor McPherson and seconded by Councillor Bentley. It is open for discussion at this point in time because it has been moved and seconded. So it's open for discussion, but I think I'll ask Councillor McPherson to speak to it first before I open it up. Good morning. Thank you, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair. You've had the background paper, and the main problem that I highlight is the current definitions of affordability rates to ratepayers does not refer to the affordability to ratepayers specifically. And this is a matter of considerable public concern, especially the poor, Maori, the ageing, and the elderly, who are often, in most cases, have their income fixed by its benchmarking against the CPI. This has become all the more acute because of the coronavirus impacting our economy. A large number of our people have been laid off from forestry jobs. Agribusiness exports could be cut by as much as 50%, and the tourists won't be coming from China for many months. In such a context, I think it's vital that we take a fresh look at the way that this part of our policy on setting rates is determined. And as part of that, I've prepared a background on how the policy itself evolved since 2013. There's been a gradual change in those definitions. And I thank you for working your way through a fairly complex paper on that issue. But I've also given a graph which shows that the rates take has increased by 33% over that period, and the increase of income to our less well-off has been held to about 4%, just over 4%. The second table is almost as important. It shows that, and I think it was largely unintended, the last round of rates rises impacted most severely on those least able to afford them. So given that set of ideas, I think it's absolutely vital that our people understand the basis on which we're going to think about the affordability of rates to ratepayers in the coming round and rate setting. And crucial to that is having the public not excluded from such a policy debate. I understand this is a bit of a departure from past practice, and I understand there are policy workshops coming up, but the public is going to be excluded from those workshops. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, of course, it is our job sitting around this table to represent the views of the public. And you may not be aware, and I'm going to ask Thomas just to elaborate a little bit, but you may not be aware, Councillor McPherson, that last year we held many stakeholder group meetings around the rates issues. And I have to say that the affordability was mentioned in every one of those stakeholder groups. So, but we do have the annual plan forums coming up. But I'll let you explain that, Thomas, at this point in time, and then I'll open it up, if necessary, for further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, councillors and board members. So for those councillors that were on the previous council, this will feel like a little bit of just a reminder of what we've done in the past, and obviously for the new councillors, a little bit of a glimpse of what we've done and where we're going forward. So affordability is obviously a significant issue that we take on board all the time, and we consider that every time we prepare an annual plan and we look at the rates increases. Going forward, with regards to the workshops ahead, that will be a significant topic, and with regards to workshop number 2, where we will look at the imposition of rates, the affordability, the drivers, the equity, and the allocation of it. And just like going forward in the next coming workshops, that's something that we've done every year. The transparency bit with regards to those discussions are held in a workshop environment, so therefore it encourages frank and free debate, and then they are wrapped up and obviously taken to a SPNF committee meeting for ratification, and at that time that's the ability to have that debate in the public forum as well. Just going back, we did undertake quite a significant rating review, and as the chair indicated, that rating review did take a number of stakeholder groups around our community, where we asked members of the public if they wished to participate, and we put them into specific stakeholder groups, and we had detailed workshops with them where we explained how rates worked, how things were distributed, and we asked them what their issues were and the challenges were. And as indicated, affordability was a significant element of that, and therefore going into the development of the LTP and annual plans going forward, the council ratified a number of decisions previously with regards to setting guidelines with regards to affordability, equity, distribution, and some of the things that you'd like to see with regards to rates are done. And these are things that we will traverse again in the coming workshops.
Thank you. Is there any discussion, please? Any further discussion? Yes, Your Worship.
Well, as you say, Madam Chair, I think it's the right environment for people to bring issues forward. I just won't be supporting this, not because I don't like the principle, but there is a process, and I'm a stickler for process too. And I do believe we've got to have our workshop. We've got to sit together looking at modelling. So how could we impact, and where is the impact going to be? How do we look at UAGC? So very, very complex. And we need, as a new set of councillors, to get our heads around the complexities of rates and the rating review. So I won't be supporting that yet. And I think the other, this notice of motion, the other aspect is it does come back to public, and that's where debate can take place properly as elected members. And I think by putting this up now, so early, I think for new councillors, it's really good to see how a cycle of council works. Watch a whole year's cycle, and then you learn, all of us, about the process and where you can put policy decision changes before council officers. So I won't be supporting this. I do remember all of us battle about the impact of affordability of rates. It's not exclusive to any one councillor. We all care. We've all got a constituency that we represent when we take that oath of being elected to council. So remember Councillor Janet Weber, actually, the greatest battler about affordability, and all of us having to get our heads around about how we spread what is a taxation burden. But if we're going to invest, it's something that we've got to look at. I don't want to argue the ifs and buts here. I think process-wise, I agree that it should go to one of our workshops, and all of us will learn. We'll learn some more about what we intend to do in the next 3 years and what impact that will have. And that's going to be quite a learning for us all, I'm sure. So I don't think now is the time to have that debate, and I won't be supporting this notice of motion.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I understand that in our annual plan workshops, I think it's the second workshop, I might be wrong, I think the second workshop is where we're going to be looking in depth at the rating issue. But all of our discussions during the annual plan workshops, it's really underpinned by the rating issue. And so, but I'll hear some more comments if there are any more. Mrs. Trumper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So really my question is, what is actually being asked? Is it for public participation when we're debating the rating, or is it a gallery while we are doing the debate? And the other one was it a change in rating policy or a public education about how rates are set? Because it doesn't matter which sector you're in, we all have our own bow to pull. And I think that, you know, by narrowing the base, when we are actually in the debating this phase, and my argument will always be for farming, obviously, there are some real pushbacks from a lot of sectors.
Thank you, Mrs. Trumper. I do not intend to, for this meeting now, to get into a heavy debate on rating, reviews, process and issues. We are debating now this motion. So I will take another one, perhaps two comments, and then I will put it back to Councillor McPherson to do his wrap-up comments before I put that motion. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I also am sympathetic to the intent of the notice of motion, But I go back to 2012 when I was in my second term on council, and in the public debate at full council, I think Councillor Maxwell was here, right out of left field when discussing the lead up to the long-term plan, I proposed a motion that rates should be held at CPI, but also that fees and charges should move at CPI. Now, that never happened, of course. Rates, we're in the GFC, rates were held low, and of course, we all know that debt ballooned over that period as well. Actually, it may well have been well before that. It was in the day of the previous mayor. And so this is an issue that cannot be considered in
isolation.
In isolation, yeah. It needs to be part of the total picture of what are the factors that need to be considered when we look at how we fund the activities of council. And the proper place for that is in the workshops, and then we debate it in public, in my view. And yeah, so we will get the chance for the public debate when we debate the annual plan and sending it out for consultation, public engagement, Madam Chair. So just on this one proposal, I don't support.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not necessarily questions, but just comments as well, because I think it is worthwhile mentioning, just so that the public's not confused, that we do abide by really strict regulations by the Local Government Financial Prudence and Reporting Regulations 2014, and our staff are experts, they are chartered accountants, but I do actually want to acknowledge the quality of this notice of motion. It is the best one that I've seen so far, and while I don't support it, and that I don't support the public being included in the workshops, I do think that it would be good for us to maybe give a little bit more time in that as well, so that we can delve into rates affordability, because it is a big issue, particularly for our rural community and many others in all different sectors. You're right, Mrs. Trumper, but I did just want to acknowledge that we do currently abide by quite strict regulations, and we do take advice from those who are experts. And I mean, all of us just went through an election process, and elections is actually probably the biggest performance review that our community gives us. So we're all here, and we're here to make those decisions on behalf of the community. So that's why I don't support bringing the community into what should be our opportunity to make decisions for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to move back to Councillor McPherson now, and Councillor McPherson, I'll give you a number of minutes to conclude.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank each of you that responded, and thank you, Chair, for allowing this notice of motion to be heard and considered. It means, of course, that these ideas will go forward into the workshops, and the detail can be considered there. The comments about not understanding because implicitly I'm new to this council, after something like 40 years worth of one-year policy cycles, these processes are not unfamiliar to me. But what I've done, of course, by raising this early is to lodge it in people's minds, and because of the unique circumstances that our economy is in right now, I didn't anticipate them, quite frankly. I would say that gives us additional urgency for not only resolving this matter in the interests of our people, but also, equally as crucially, of taking our people with us. I'll leave things there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. I am going to put the motion. It has been moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Bentley, that the Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee provide a policy workshop on rates affordability for ratepayers with the public not excluded. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? No. Thank you. The motion is lost. Thank you. Staff reports. Now that's item number 5, the recommendation, the establishment of the Waikawa Hannahs Bay Reserve Committee. I'll call for a mover and a seconder, please, to receive that report. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Thank you, Councillor Wang, and thank you, Councillor Yates.
Before we start, I wonder if we could shut the double doors, because all I see is light and I can't see your eyes. So I think we'll interact better with submitters if we can see just them. Thank you.
Thank you, and we do have a representative from, is it Wōnuku Kōpaka o me Ngāti Te Roro o Tarangi ne? Thank you, no mai hara mai, welcome this morning. Thank you, Rob, you're going to give us an overview.
Tēnā tātou katoa, Council. The first item, actually, I will have Julianne probably deal with most of this. Julianne is our Recreation and Open Spaces Manager, and she's been working through this process, as most of you will recall, or maybe not new councillors, but recall from the reserve management plan process that we set up with Waikawa last year. So I'll leave it to Julianne and Peroni to fill you in. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Morena koutou. Good morning, everyone. Before I just give you a little bit more information on our report, I'd just like to introduce Mātua Peroni Parika. Oh, feels like it's in my mouth. Yes, as Merapika, Madam Chair stated, Peroni is from Ngāti Uinuku Kōpako and Te Roro Tarangi. He's been working with Council for a number of years on relevant issues and items relating to the east side, but most recently working with our team around Waikawa-Tait Bay. Welcome, Peroni. So just taking you back a very short step, I won't take too long, but just for the benefit of new councillors, late in 2019, Council adopted the Waikawa-Tait Bay Reserve Management Plan. Now that plan was developed in partnership with a steering group. On that steering group was mana whenua, Ngāti Uinuku Kōpaka and Te Roro Tarangi, members from Tātou Pounamu, Makoia Community Association, Holden and Hannahs Bay Ratepayers Association and council staff. And of course there was a large and quite an extensive consultation with the wider community. And as stated in the report, Ngāti Uinuku Kōpaka and Te Roro Tarangi are recognised as iwi who have mana whenua and kaitiaki of the reserve. Despite this recognition, their ability to have a meaningful role in ongoing management of the reserve has been limited to consultation, and that's largely related to policy change or management plan review. Now, the Reserve Management Plan was adopted last year and proposes the establishment of a management committee, which is in the report, with 3 representatives from iwi and 3 representatives from the community, including 1 councillor. So really this reflects the desire of mana whenua to have a greater role in future management and decision making of the reserve. It also reflects mana whenua and council's desire to work in partnership with each other and with the community. The approach was strongly supported through the Reserve Management Plan by the community, and so it is reflected in the Reserve Management Plan. So I just want to take a break here for a moment and just ask if Peroni would like to speak to a little bit more around mana whenua affiliation with the reserve and the approach that we took together in partnership.
Tēnā koe, Peroni.
Kia ora tātakata. Tēnei hoki te whiua ki ngā mihi ati ki a koutou e whakakahui tia nei rungi te korowai o tā anga moa awa tātenei Rotorua nui a kahumata momoe. No reira kai mihi ati ki a koutakata. So, yeah, what are we about? Ngāti Uinuku Kōpaka, Ngāti Te Roro Tarangi. We are guided by Māori metaphors at our way in terms of, and Māori values, in terms of relationships, whakawhanaungatanga, in terms of whakapapa, what are the stories that bind us together, sense of our wairua, what does that look like? And in terms of our manaakitanga, our approach to how we do things. So our approach, manaakitanga, is simply an inclusive approach, recognising everybody's uniqueness, akwa nowhere, no matter where you come from. So that is the approach that we have taken at East Side Collective in terms of our vision for that area, mai te Puringa stream, Tainoa to the Waiohewa, from the Puringa to the Waiohewa is where we have mana whenua. So our vision for that area is nurturing a collective approach to how we look after our people within that environment, taking the waka haurua approach. On one whole is people, and on the other whole is our environment, and they walk in tandem, or they paddle in tandem, or they sail in tandem. So that is the approach at our ways, is wakahaurua. People and the environment walk together. That's why you'll find we'll get quite a few challenges to some of the things that council does in terms of our environment, because our environment has a big impact on people. And we know that. We've experienced that. We know it. So, the other metaphor that carries us forward is tatau pounamu. We started off as the East Side Collective, now we've gone into tatau pounamu, which simply means the greenstone door, or an entry point to a safe place for our tamariki mokopuna. So that's, yeah. Is that enough, Julianne? Yep. What do you reckon?
Kia ora. Thank you, Paroni.
Thanks, Paroni. So you'll see in front of you, councillors, Waikawa or Hannah's Bay Reserve, which is on the lake, shores of Lake Rotorua, and backs onto the airport if you don't know already. As the report states, the Management Committee will be guided by terms of reference. The existing steering group, as I mentioned before, will develop the terms of reference much like our other existing committees, such as Ngāti Whakaui Gifted Reserve. The terms of reference will set out things like the purpose, membership, term, quorum, specific roles and responsibilities, appointment process, reporting, resourcing, all of those sorts of things. The purpose, of course, will reflect the objectives and the actions as agreed in the Reserve Management Plan. The steering group will also draft the role description for committee members, detailing the skill set and attributes required. And now I'll open if there's any questions.
Thank you. Yes, we'll open up for some questions. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Look, I love the concept and the values, and that the Tātou Pounamu have in terms of the management of the reserve. But I just wonder, in terms of people, what are the current uses there? There was an individual who was growing an orchard out there. There was some pony club activity, as well as the boat ramp playground reserve. Could you just give us an idea of what are the current mandated activities out there and how they might change going forward? Thanks.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, so currently we've got quite a few uses out at the reserve. There was previously a pony club who have now merged with Makuia Pony Club, moved up to across from Toiho Mai, so they're no longer there. There's a off-lead dog walking area, very popular reserve for dog walking, as well as just general play and recreation reserve with boat ramp, playground, all of the amenities you'd like to see alongside the lake. There's also a very significant wetland area, Otawira wetland. Now that wetland partly was required to be put in as part of the airport development, so we've been doing a review of that wetland as per the Reserve Management Plan. And we've also been working with the Hannahs Bay Restoration Trust, who have a biodiversity plan developed alongside Regional Council and Council. As per the Reserve Management Plan, we will work with that existing group to identify and move forward with further developments of the wetland as part of extending the wetland for the airport resource consent.
Thank you. Are there any further? Yes, Your Worship.
Question, and it's lovely to see you here, Paroni, and involved. And was this a similar approach that we took to Hamarana? Because certainly that was one where we got good engagement and a wonderful outcome. But it wasn't quite, the representative wasn't as specific? Or is this a changed approach?
Two quite different approaches because two quite different circumstances. So Hamarana was really around general community engagement related to the development of the redevelopment of the reserve, the upgrades, whereas the approach for Waikawa Hannahs Bay was a formal process under the Reserves Act for review of the Reserve Management Plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just say that when I look at up there at the lands, and I also think of the airport too, that have been made available by Ngāti Uanu ki Kōpaku and Ngāti Te Roro o Te Rangi, you still hold mana whenua over those lands. Thank you. So I am going to put the second part of that recommendation, if there are no further, thank you, that the Council approves in principle the establishment of a committee to manage the Waikawa Hannahs Bay Reserve. Yes, moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, thank you, carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming along this morning, Rauri. Excuse me, recommendation 2. First of all, before I put that recommendation, I just want to welcome, I think it's members of the Tūhourangi Tribal Authority, Morena tēnā koutou nau mai ara mai. Welcome to you this morning. The recommendation, approval to commence process to return ownership of land under Tarawera Landing Cafe to Tūhourangi Tribal Authority. May I call for a mover and a seconder, please, to receive that report. Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Thank you, Councillor Yates. It's been moved and seconded to receive the report. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Thank you, carried. This is Rob again. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The paper, the purpose is there, self-explanatory, but probably in terms of just adding some important flesh to the backbone of this, the Rotorua District Council at the time in Tūhourangi signed a protocol back in 2005 to work in partnership to realise the benefits for the people of Tūhourangi and the benefits of the people of Rotorua, and recognise the relationship that Tūhourangi had over their ancestral lands. And with me today, we're fortunate to have members of the Tūhourangi Tribal Authority, who I'll actually get to introduce themselves just in a section. But it's important to understand that the Tarawera Landing is a very important area to Tūhourangi, and we'll hear a bit more about that. And it's been the subject of many discussions since the Tūhourangi Protocol Committee was set up in 2005. If we could just bring the map up, please, to show the particular area that we're talking about. That will help set the scenes, but obviously it's the Tarawera Landing on the side of Lake Tarawera, the closest point you can get to from the city. So I'll start with introductions, firstly Rangatihi, and then we'll get Rangatihi to actually give a little bit of information about Tūhourangi's affiliation and history with the area.
Kia ora tātou. My name is Rangatihi Pene. Represent my main sub-tribe is the land you're looking at on the board there, which is Ngāti Hinami sub-tribe of Tūhourangi. On my left is our chairman, Alan Skipworth, and Delia Ballers. So the three of us, five, are from Tuarangi Jump Authority.
Thank you. And probably a good point now is for Rangatihi just to take some time to explain Tuarangi's mana whenua relationship with the area, and then we'll run through a quick summary of the report from that point onwards.
So the area you're looking at was really a canoe portage. And if you think back to prior to the eruption, with both Tuarangi and Ngāti Hinami running the tourist industry to the pink and white terraces, they would come down the valley to this spot, which we call Waitoharuru, and they would launch the boats, row for an hour and a half, walk down a stream, and you'd be at the first white terrace, and almost walk across what was quite more of a pond than a lake, Rotorua, show them the pink terrace, have a bathing and come back. So this was, to a large extent, a very well-used area. And we're glad to have got back, you'll see B there, which we call Punaromia, or the orchard. Really, the Tuarangi lands extend from, I suppose, the top of Moerangi, Blue Lake. We go, because of the land court, we go halfway across the lake, Lake Tarawera. When you look out, all the side we're standing on, the western side is Tuarangi's, and all the other side, the eastern side is Ngāti Rangiti's. Yeah, with maybe the Moda Peninsula cut off, but we essentially share the lake, with the lake bed being controlled by Te Aroha Lakes Trust.
Thank you, Rangatihi. So historically, it was clearly Tuarangi land. The colonial history sort of pretty much kicked in after the eruption, with the Crown purchasing the land in the late 1800s. There was a road reserve, which you'll see listed, well, actually it's C up there on the map. So the road reserve comes down Tarawera Road and actually extended over the whole physical parking area that you can see. There was an old ticket office and a workshop there, which is the building that is still there now. And that existed on a road reserve. It needed to formalise a lease. Leases on road reserves were not possible. So the area was created as a recreation reserve. So the Tarawera Landing Recreation Reserve, it's got the label in the middle there, to the left of D, as you can see in the picture. Now, within the whole recreation reserve, which is 1,800 odd square metres, there's about 300 square metres underneath the cafe, which is the lease area, so about 20% of the recreation reserve. Joint management plan for this area was developed and completed by the District Council in Tuarangi in 2008. The cafe that's there on that lease area now, that lease has an expiry in December 2023, as per the management plan. The lease has recently been assigned to a new lessee who's accepted the lease under the current terms and conditions, knowing that it will expire in 2023 and has the same conditions that were there for the previous assignee. In terms of the Tuarangi Protocol, since the agreement with Tuarangi was implemented, the mana of Tuarangi over this area has been recognised, and there's been a lot of discussion backwards and forwards on options on how that could be better reflected in this recreation reserve. It's been really going on for about a decade, the discussion between Council and Tuarangi about this, but Council was in a strengthened partnership role now with a lot of its iwi groups compared to where it was perhaps a decade or even 5 years ago. And we've also had other recent partnership and land transfer experiences that we've worked through that has given us a model for how a land transfer process in this sort of area could actually work. The other thing that's happening out there as well is that we have made a commitment to doing some infrastructure improvements out there. That was actually identified in the 2006 management plan, so we're a bit late on that, but there's a whole raft of work that is going to happen out there, which has also been supported by Tourism Infrastructure Fund. So there's some capital improvements going on to the reserve and the road area as well. Okay, so now the process to go through a land transfer is not simple, and it's unfortunately going to take some time, should we continue to pursue it. But it basically involves some initial steps around understanding land status, checking disposal policy and surveying. Then there's public consultation is required to do this through both the Reserves Act and likely to be district plan rules. So there will be a full public consultation process, and then possibly hearings for both Reserves Act and district plan should they be required. At that point, the information gets lodged with the Minister of Conservation, who has the say on what happens with a piece of land there, because it's run under the Reserves Act, and the Minister of Conservation is the responsible minister. So, as you'll see, the preferred option that we've got is to initiate this process, which would look at subdividing out the area under the cafe, and then looking at transferring just that piece of land that's involved with that. The alternative option would be the status quo, which we don't think meets the principles of the protocol that we've been developed with Tuharangi. This is, in terms of significance, I mean, this is a very significant area to Tuharangi. In terms of significance to Rotorua Lakes Council and the public access to the area will still be guaranteed through the road and the remaining piece of recreation reserve that will be remained. It's only 300 square metres of 1,800 in the back corner, so it doesn't actually restrict access or anything like that. The rental from the cafe is very minor compared to the actual amount of rental that we get from other leases on other reserves. So in terms of total revenue generated from reserve, this is a very minor impact. And again, I'd like to just reiterate that the public will have the opportunity to consult on this process, which is a statutory requirement in the way that we're going to be working through it. So, thank you.
Thank you. I know that there are a number of councillors that would like to speak on this. And I have to say, yes, that this has been a long time coming back to the drawing board. I mean, Modi Ora, I remember, was working on this and was trying to get something off the ground. And really, it's not new. I mean, all around the country, applications are going into the Minister of Conservation because iwi have aspirations for the use of their own whenua. And so I'm so pleased it has come back at long last. And so I'd like to think that today there'll be a decision made, and also around how long this might take. I've looked at the process that's been outlined in here, and it certainly seems to me that there's a lot to go through. But I guess the sooner that it gets underway, the better. But however, we'll get some comments, if there's any points of clarification, then ask those first. Otherwise, we're going to go straight into discussions on the item. So, Mr. Thomas, thank you. If there's a point of clarification, otherwise you can just go straight into your discussion.
Yeah,
thank you.
No points of clarification for me, Madam. I just have a couple of comments, and I would like to signal that when the time comes, I'd like to move motions 1 through 4 as well. And as you've said, I think this is overdue most probably. Fantastic to see this happening, and I remember that we have, this isn't new to us, isn't new to council. I remember we did the same thing of returning the land under the road on Tamatea Street at Lake Raukawa-Tait last term. So it's fantastic to see this happening. It's an area of land that has been mentioned of huge importance, and the significance of it pre-eruption is undeniable. So really pleased to see this coming before us. I realise there are a lot of steps to come in the future. Look, I did quickly go out and have a chat with the Ratepayer Association at Tarawera, and the comment I had that came back from them was, it's only right. So I think we can say that in the limited time I had good support from the association out there, and they really value relationship with you and are very supportive of it, as I understand. So, as I said, when the time comes, very happy to move the motion.
Speakers, Your Worship.
Wish to support this and acknowledge you both coming together with Delia today. That's very significant to have you both here. Thank you for coming. And yes, it's been a long time coming, but this was the lake that actually instigated very much the settlement of our lake beds. And so this is just another part of that journey. It's much more than symbolic. And it's wonderful to see you get to this stage. It takes a long time, but it is about relationships and very complex with the underlying overlay of DOC as well. But it's wonderful it's here today, and I'll fully support this.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I'd want to acknowledge the mana whenua status of Tuhaurangi Aituahiao. This is a great move in my view, and I'm strongly supportive. I'd like, if I could, to get a point of clarification and then ask a question. The clarification is, it concerns the Reserves Act. It's not an act I'm that familiar with, but my reading of it is that if the recreational purpose of land changes, then the land has to revert to the tribal ownership. Acknowledged. Now, where in this proposal is the changed use that justifies revocation to the Minister?
The situation is that that question would apply if we were considering transferring the whole reserve, and that is principally one of the reasons that we've been in discussion with Tuarangi about what might happen with the whole recreation reserve. Now, we would see that there isn't a justification over the whole reserve, that recreation has changed, or that the land is not needed for recreation purpose. Under the section that we're talking about and requiring a subdivision process, that was a existing use for a very long time, for multiple decades, that was a lease that was on that area. To formalise it had to go through a Reserves Act process to actually allow that to happen. We've looked at how we could possibly, actually get this transfer to work, and the way to do it is to subdivide that area off, say that it is not needed for recreation purposes because it really never was. It was a lease area under a cafe, and then work through that process with the department. So that's why it appears quite complicated, and with the advice we've had from our recreation planners, that's the process that we should use.
Thank you. I'll leave that question with you. As we proceed, we might get greater clarity on that. The other one is much more mundane. On page 12, it stated that costs can't be confirmed, yet on page 11, it stated that Council has committed to an extensive upgrade of the reserve. And a business plan, obviously, of the partnership would appear to expose ratepayers to some pretty substantial costs to do with enhancement, and I quote, including sewage management, parking, new interpretation and cultural recognition. I recognise these costs as inevitable, but I'd like to know what they are. Can I leave that question with you? Thanks.
Yes, certainly. And through you, Madam Chair, there's two components of costs that you've mentioned. There's the capital improvement cost, which is a project that was supported and approved in the long-term plan, which we've been able to get significant tourism infrastructure added funding to deliver. So that's a project that is partially funded by ratepayers and partially funded by Tourism Infrastructure Fund. The other part of costs that we talk about in the actual paper are related to the subdivision costs and the potential hearing costs. I've talked with the planning team, and there's been a ballpark estimate of probably 30K for potentially each of those, depends whether we need a hearing, but that's the process involved in the transfer.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Maxwell and then Councillor Donaldson.
Kia ora koutou katoa, tūhaurangi ngā te wāhio ke te me. Pātai I have is, or could I have the map of the Puneromia as we knew it? And Madam Chair, I'm also pleased that you acknowledged John, who we've had many hui with the Tūhaurangi protocol meetings prior to now, and I can't believe how long it takes, but that's the way it goes. The question I had was to Rob, the Tourism Infrastructure Fund, is that for all of Puneromia, A, B, C, D, or is just where the landing and where some works for subdivision needs to happen?
Through you, Madam Chair, the Tourism Infrastructure Fund contribution is to infrastructure improvements in the Tarawera Landing Reserve only. We did go with a wider bid, and they came back and said actually these things don't meet our criteria, so it was reduced slightly. We've since been working with Tuarangi on Puneromia improvements as well. Tuarangi obviously have aspirations for some fantastic aspirations for Puneromia, and we're looking at what other sources there may be for assisting some improvements. But, it's a fantastic area. It's Tuarangi have continued to allow public access through to Puneromia, and getting together and create. We do have a concept plan for the whole area, and we just want to work through how we can fund components of that together.
Yeah. Kia kaha tūharangi.
Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments, and I'd also like to acknowledge Rangatihi Alan and Delia, your presence here today. I agree that this is the right thing to do. It's a process that needs to be got underway with some urgency. I acknowledge Mr. Thomas's comment about the maturing of the relationship between Tarawera Ratepayers Association and the Mana Whenua out at Tarawera, and that's been a wonderful thing to observe. That community is desperate for wastewater reticulation, and I recall in Andy Bell's time as GM Infrastructure, there was some urgent work needed on the public toilet facility adjacent to the cafe there because of leaching of E. coli. So, the sooner we can get this process underway and it's factored into the overall plan for the development of Tarawera, which can be facilitated by a reticulation system, the better. I'd like to second the rest of the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. I'll take one final comment, thank you, Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I'm in support of this motion in light of its staunch history, and also noting in number 2 of its continued accessibility and as it's acknowledged for the public.
Yes.
So I think it's a good move in light of its history.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, thank you. I'm going to put that motion in a moment. It really just does remind us, too, of the role that Tūhaurangi played in establishing Rotorua as the tourist centre, and the tourist centre that it has grown into today. And so we're mindful of that. And we're mindful of the people all those years ago that had the vision to say that this is something that we can do and grow for the city of Rotorua and for all those who live within this area. So thank you for that. We have had a mover with Mr. Thomas and seconded by Councillor Donaldson. I will read 2, 3 and 4. Number 2, that the committee notes that the remainder of the Tarawera Landing Reserve is well used and continues to be required for public recreation purposes. Continued council ownership and management of the section of reserve under the landing cafe is not necessary for the operation of the recreation reserve. However, it does represent an opportunity for Tūhorangi to have greater on-site involvement in the control and management of the Tarawera landing. 3, that the committee recommends to council that it resolves to start the process by which the section of reserve under the Tarawera landing cafe will be transferred back to Mana Whenua, the Tūhorangi Tribal Authority. 4, that the council notes, given the land in question is recreation reserve, that the effect of its resolution 3 above will involve a statutory process of revocation of reserve status under the Reserves Act and a decision by the Minister of Conservation. Furthermore, the land in question will require subdivision from the rest of the reserve and the updating of the reserve's management plan. It has been moved and seconded. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Kia ora. And thank you so much. Our next agenda item is quite heavy, so I'm going to allow a 10-minute recess so we can say kia ora to our whanaunga. Thank you.
long-term plan process as well. So councillors, we've just taken the opportunity to sort of reset and refocus this slide for you. So you would have seen the slide, which was a summary of some of the workshops before Christmas, where you determined that there was the new priority was around homes and livable communities or livable communities. Now we've just taken the opportunity and we've had various community discussions and meetings with an establishment leadership group around housing, that they were really keen on sort of refocusing the name to be more homes and thriving communities. So that's just the name change there. So at this stage, where in December we presented this slide and we included a lot of the bullet points that you'd made during our workshop in that slide, we've just simplified it down at the moment just to emphasise how, in effect, homes and thriving communities supports all of the current Rotorua Lakes Council goal areas that were identified as part of Vision 2030. But equally there, we've also listed the spatial plan objectives, which also fitted in there. So again, all those facets which actually give us a thriving community, so between both of those sort of outcome areas. And just the key focus that we've had in starting to talk about housing as a priority is the importance of a very, very strong iwi council partnership in the development of a local strategy. And really that gives us the platform on which to engage with government and seek a whole of government response, as well as create something that gives us the alignment locally, because really there's so many facets of the housing challenges we have that we actually need to have a whole group and a whole community aligned behind a new strategy and a new direction. So really that's the focus of some of those discussions which are currently going on. And just in the long term, in the short term underneath, there is sort of a separation in how we see that priority rolling out. Short-term opportunities, so what can we immediately move on with government support or with iwi support, but then a real focus on actually there needs to be a long-term strategy that looks out to at least 10 years, because really housing is such a major issue for the development of the city. It needs to have a longer term plan in place. And then just in the smallest font along the bottom, that sort of housing continuum that we've talked about. So the challenges we face are in emergency and transitional housing, supporting greenfield subdivisions, the affordability question and the affordable homes availability, challenges around infill and how we see that successfully contributing to thriving communities in a city. And we've talked in the past, and it was been part of a previous strategy about how we support inner city living, and that's important to a vibrancy of an inner city moving forward. And then the other areas such as social housing and questions around density and type of homes. And there's been a lot of conversation about ageing populations or homes that meet needs. So that's sort of that focus space. The other part of your decision before Christmas was really to reconfirm that you have had a number of actions that were identified in the long-term plan that you remain committed to. And so that was the other half of the priority setting for this term, was to continue to deliver against those commitments that we already have. So that's the list on my right-hand slide, or right-hand side of the slide. So really what we've highlighted in the report, and it's something that you've raised, is there's two new important pieces of work. And the first of those is really to explore those short-term opportunities for housing, but really to focus on ensuring that we develop up a housing and thriving communities strategy, specifically as a partnership between iwi and council for the development of the city, but also then gives us the opportunity to work with all those other groups. So the key focus for the organisation is really in that housing space. And I've just put on the right-hand side there the other new piece of work that we had started working towards, but we need to finish off, is the Climate Action Plan. So we've done a lot of community benchmarking, also benchmarked emissions for the council, and started some discussions with key stakeholders about what they saw the immediate and important actions were, as well as those that are part of our business as usual, the adaptation work that is particular emphasis for Stavros and the operations and infrastructure team. So really in the report we sort of detail how we want to go forward with that climate action plan process as well. So two new areas, but in support of all of those other actions on the right-hand side of the screen. We just talked also in this report about how we will roll through and update the various other strategies that those core strategy documents of Council. So just again looking at how we've structured this, and again, councillors, this is that the wellbeing sort of cut across all of these strategies and are an important focus, and equally it's hard to petition one particular action that doesn't have consequences or recognition across some of our other strategy documents, and that's really important. So housing and thriving communities is obviously a key focus, but clearly it has an impact on what we do with a review or a change to the inner city strategies, but equally some of the focus of economic development activity, because we also need to encourage the construction industry, and also if housing becomes a barrier to our longer term economic development, it's an important area to address. So you can see there the links between, so obviously the leadership around lead councillors, strategy leads, but also most importantly, so much of this work is business as usual for this organisation. So really putting the emphasis there on saying there is operational leads whose job it is to make sure these things are happening all the time. So in the report we talk a bit about the new strategy around housing and thriving communities, climate action plan. Both of those areas had been discussed, in the spatial plan, but equally in the sustainable living strategy. So that was one of those strategies that needs to be refocused as those two areas come out. The economic development framework and is quite broad, and so there's a sort of a petitioning of roles there, with Councillor Donaldson supporting a large number of existing projects, lakefront forest, but also the events, wastewater treatment plant and infrastructure development, where Councillor Kai Fong will be focused more on the strategy development. And importantly there, it links very strongly to the CCOs. So Rotorua Economic Development and the airport are key delivery mechanisms for our economic development delivery. So we've wrapped up into that conversation and really a point there of saying, look, we don't have a separate economic development strategy, but we have a number of strategies that overlap into the economic development space. That need to be re-looked at. So we have a visitor economy strategy, which fits within the regional visitor economy strategy, and we had our previous inner city revitalisation strategy, but really the core actions that were remaining from that refresh need to be focused on that economic development, particularly in the private space. Now, that also links very strongly with housing development and the vibrancy of the CBD, but it's an economic development focused space there. We've reported in the paper, again, creative strategy really was done prior to the museum closing and Sir Howard Morrison Performing Arts Centre closing. So really when we start thinking about where that strategy fits and what actions need to be done in that space, we need to start thinking about what the creative space will be once those two key facilities reopen. So we've signalled in the report there that some of the focus, particularly in the short term, is to start looking at where we're going with performing arts, which is critically important to the reopening of Sir Howard. But also we've got the funding focus now on opening the museum building, but how will it be exhibited, and what comes into that space is the next point. Sport and recreation strategy, and again, this is a key piece of strategy work that relates very strongly to how we create thriving communities. So there's been the sports ground assessment work undertaken, and soon you'll be discussing the open space policy and even some of the development plans for the Westbrook precinct are really important in making sure we make the best use of our recreation space and make sure we have excellent facilities. But equally, it gives us the opportunity to say, well, how do they contribute to some housing solutions, but equally the thriving communities piece. So really that strategy refresh is consequential on a number of other discussions that need to be had with the community. So again, councillors, I've probably in that previous slide sort of summarised those key areas of change. So housing and thriving communities strategy, so a new strategy plan that needs to be developed and is a current focus of a significant amount of effort in council. Climate change action plan, so really looking at a process there to potentially use a discussion document to more widely engage with our community about what they see as their aspirations for responses to climate, as opposed to the more targeted stakeholder discussion to date, and then use those responses from that discussion document and that wider view of what are the issues to lead us into the development of a specific climate action plan that therefore will then inform our asset management plans, 30-year infrastructure strategy, and a number of other initiatives that may come out of that process. I've talked a bit about the sustainable living strategy with the pulling out of housing and climate. So really that's focusing back in on that people focus. So that people framework and a lot of support services, things like relationships on accessibility, will come into that focus there on the people portfolio within sustainable living. And then within the economic development framework, there's a lot of work still to do in that space around supporting those key provincial growth fund projects, events, infrastructure development, and of course focusing on the statement of intents for particularly the airport and RED. As far as inner city is concerned, there's some wider work that we're currently discussing with Rotorua Economic Development. So in the report we've signalled that we're looking to make use of the capability and capacity of Rotorua Economic Development to help us talk specifically with the property developers and landowners and starting to investigate some of those key levers and barriers that we need to consider as far as planning, regulation, and potentially therefore into the incentive space to try and create the environment to see that investment coming into the CBD. So an important economic focus or economic development focus to a new inner city plan that will come out. Talk briefly about the creative strategy and also the sport and rec strategy. So really a change in focus for those where there's other pieces of work that need to lead into the refreshes of those strategies. So it's sort of in summary then, councillors, this is just, as I said, a high-level update of the sort of the focus areas and some of the sequencing, but really we're working now with the specific leads around the timing for this and also developing up those project plans for us to start rolling through and undertaking this work, knowing that our key focus at this stage is on ensuring we have a discussion document out around climate, but more importantly, the significant amount of work that's going into discussions across the city, but also with government around a housing strategy. So we'll continue to report back to you on this, but really this is how we're aligning the strategy refreshes and resets to those priorities. In addition, and Her Worship's raised it a number of times, and it was discussed in the workshops around updating Vision 2030 and moving it out to probably the more aspirational distance of 2050. But really this gives us the opportunity to link into a significant piece of work that the Te Tātou Board has been undertaking within Te Arawa to set a new vision in that space. So, councillors, hopefully that gives you enough of an overview, and happy to answer off any questions.
Thank you very much, JP, for that very thorough report. And it's very helpful when we were looking, because in the workshops prior to Christmas, we can see all of our discussions reflected actually in what you've put up. So that's been very helpful. I have to say I've been sitting here thinking, thank goodness we're not starting from scratch. Yeah. You know, a lot of it is business as usual. And the other thing also is that relationships are actually key. with our stakeholders. They are actually key. And even in those two new areas that you mentioned, the housing and thriving communities and the climate action plan, a lot of our work recently, a lot of the last few years has been moving us into those areas as well. So, but yes, it's a big work program. It absolutely is. And I'm thankful that we have some councillors who are the leads for those pieces of work, and we'll be moving on those very shortly too. So I'm going to open it up now for questions. I'm sure there will be some questions, and questions of clarity first, please, if you want to, and then certainly you can move into your comments on the report. Your Worship, certainly.
Just some questions of clarity. With the inner city, we still seem to be talking about inner city revitalisation, and we thought we were going to call it regeneration because it included the housing and what we could do in the spaces, so it wasn't only revitalisation.
Your Worship, absolutely correct. I've just referred to the current strategy name, but You're right. What we'll be doing then is moving it into a different space, and I made that comment about it's that economic development focus to inner city development, and regeneration is the key area.
And the other question, and it may come later, that link in your third dot point there about Te Tatau and their vision, seeing who there on their board is interested to come in with specific interest areas. I look forward to that. And I don't think you need to comment on that, I'm sure it'll come. And the other, with livable communities, we don't sort of see the connectedness. I know you're showing it, and I don't want lots of bubbles and things, but I think an asset that we haven't probably realised enough and reflected here are our lakes. So, the passing of Mulla reminded me very much about her dream of having wakaama, that every lake got a community active and involved in the lakes. And we realised it over the lakes, all of the ratepayer meetings this summer. There's a real energy there, not just about their roads and footpaths, actually about activity on these amazing assets that we've got, as well as protection. So goodness knows where there's livable communities, I suppose, but there's lots of bits to sort of put in there. And my last question is this bubble on, and I'm sure that the lead on sustainability will look at this and climate change, but water supply or regulation, there's a lot of calls over the climate change and the extreme events, also to talk about water management. Looking at, in the long-term plan, and I don't know the cost, and I'm not trying to drive more costs in, but, grey water recycling in times of drought, even though we've got 14 lakes, Mr. CEO. So, that might be something that needs, or will come back through the climate change work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Now, Councillor, Ms. Marks. Thank you.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just a question of clarification. Within the report, you have the two charts. I was just wondering if these charts were for internal purposes, or have they been prepared for public consumption? Because if it is for the public consumption, has the Te Amorangi unit been in this development, because it's rather lacking in terms of a Te Ao Māori perspective, especially around the term livable communities. And as well as that, just would be very mindful if we could have the correct spelling for place names, like Macron for Pukehangi, with the Macron on the I and Macron on the third A of Papakainga.
As far as spelling is concerned, absolutely, that's a mistake within the report, that we haven't got the macrons in the right place. It was actually prepared as the charts aren't necessarily focused for public consumption at this stage. Remember, they were a chance for us to reflect back to councillors some of what had been put up on, I mentioned whiteboards, so there was a number of workshops that we did around setting the priorities. So it was really at that time a capturing of what had been written up during that workshop. So we're certainly moving towards trying to produce something that will be, as a strategy, more focused on the outward. And your comments then about the livable communities piece, you're absolutely right. That was an issue raised, particularly by the board back when the spatial plan was, challenges around accessibility, connectivity, affordability, facility across different parts of the city. We're all one of those areas to say, look, we've got a significant part of our community and areas of our city where deprivation is quite high, and therefore it's not as livable as it should be. So is that the right way of talking about a livable city? So I think that's why we're taking the view really that the aspiration here is to create thriving communities, and that's a change for many of those areas, and one of the reasons why the focus on some of the regeneration or redevelopment areas came into that discussion. As far as taking a partnership approach, as we move forward in the development of the strategy, that's critical, that iwi Council partnership in developing a whole of community strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Yates, then Mr Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. JP, I'm just wondering, in the inner city regeneration look and feel, if red might be considered in there as well, given, especially it came to note for me, mentioning them in the economic development, certainly that would be an area in our CBD as well.
Yeah. I think in regard to that inner city regeneration piece and economic development, as I mentioned earlier, we're working closely with RED at the moment, so we're just trying to develop a joint approach, and as I mentioned, trying to make use of some of their capability and capacity to help us with that engagement and the development of specific interventions that will help us improve economically the inner city space. So we're just working through that as part of that joint project plan, and then of course that goes into discussions there about their statement of intent and their work program for the current year.
Mr Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I just wanted to reinforce a couple of comments that the Mayor made and around the housing and sustainable living. While it's obvious that we need to have a strong focus on the urban area, and when we did the spatial plan around the inner city area, the CBD area, and I was really enthusiastic about that. I can see a lot of opportunities and developments that we could do there. But I just do want to note that we also have these housing issues out around our lakes. And one thing that came through from the AGMs was the changing nature of a lot of our lake populations from holiday owners to a much greater percentage of permanent residents. An example of that is the two batches on either side of where I live have both sold this year, and they've both sold to permanent residents. So we are seeing those pressures out around the lakes too. So it may be a longer term thing, but we do need to keep that in mind.
Thank you for that. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, JP. This is quite good. There's so many things I probably want to talk to, but I'll stick to a few that come to my mind. While we see the Council's priorities in 2019 to grow our community, and a lot of things are quite strategized over here, one thing that comes to my mind is transport of public transport and the connectivity. While we are evolving in trying to grow our community, how are we connecting this? Because at the moment, most of the buses are finishing at 5 o'clock. There's no report on transporting people back and forth from, we're trying to grow our cycleways, which is good. You know, they're giving us a lot of connectivity. But what about public transport? What are we doing about that, in that area? And the other is whether the chicken came before the egg or the other way around, is the grey area on determining development levy. We've always talked about development levy. What is, like for me, the stumbling block for a lot of developers when you hear them, when you talk about them, when you see some works being promised that this is going to grow, and then next thing, there was a development levy. So what is there to understand for us councillors that don't understand as to how that is measured?
or whether is a stumbling block, or whether that is what is needed to go forward. Because behind the development levy is wastewater, stormwater, growth, benefit for the developer and for the people using it at the other's expense. So I believe if we, I don't know whether we need a workshop or whether we need a bit of, whether in any other workshop, whether we can be, So how do we move that instead of being a stumbling block, but as a go-to that this could be, we've probably said too many things in there.
Yeah, good question. Thank you.
No, they're excellent questions. And I think the first one, just dealing with public transport. Public transport is critical to where we develop going forward as a city. So we can't have thriving communities if there's disconnection or isolation in those communities. So public transport is really important to that. Obviously, NZTA controls a significant amount of the corridors through our city, so there's a lot of discussion, and certainly within their planning, they have a very strong view now that they need to recognise public transport connectivity, but also those other modal shifts. So, and making sure that when they do their developments of roading, they're also considering cycling and walking access as well. We are talking, and there's that link to the Public Transport Committee. That's a really important one for this council to feed into the regional council, who does manage the public transport network. My understanding is they are doing some reviews of the current public transport routes and examining is there any opportunities to enhance those or improve them. Obviously, with our congestion on Tinai Road and out to Ngongataha, they're experiencing challenges on keeping the regularity of their bus services, so their buses getting off time. So that's a challenge for them. So they're also, and this links to our overall planning, they're interested in where we see growth occurring and how those areas can be connected, because it's a key objective for us to make sure there is that connectivity. So I suppose that the short answer is we continue to talk to the regional council about public transport and making sure we're feeding in the information we know and also understanding where the growth pressures are that they will have to recognise moving forward as far as a public transport network is concerned. So that's in place. If you don't mind, I'll take a longer answer to development contributions discussion. So if you recall, development contributions were removed back in, I think, end of 2014. I think that's the time. And at the time, the framework there was quite a substantial development contribution framework. So it covered not only core infrastructure, but also a range of community infrastructure services. And at the time, with limited growth, it really was seen as a barrier by developers, and that's what was communicated to council, to the feasibility of doing developments. So it was, and at the time, with very limited development, we weren't collecting a lot of development contributions, and probably the administration of it was getting pretty expensive. With the last 6 years of growth we've had, and this is, if you take the Stats New Zealand projections, we've had over 7%, closer to 8% growth over the last 6 years from Stats New Zealand's estimates. Or census, I think the change in census results was about 10% in population change. We signalled in the last long-term plan, and Thomas might speak to this as well, that we needed to reconsider development contributions for some of that core infrastructure, so water, sewerage and stormwater, and potentially roading as areas that we may need to reconsider because of the pressures growth was then having on the wider network. So it was said that in this year we would start looking at a development contributions policy. So year 3 of the LTP. So, of course, Councillor, that will involve discussions with you as elected members, but it will also include a significant amount of discussion with developers, landowners, and others involved across the city before we could consider introducing a new policy. So it's important we start over with a view that it can be seen as a barrier, but equally if we do development contributions right with a view of the infrastructure that we're putting in place, we can actually see it as an enabler of development. And some of the conversations we're having at the moment with some of the developers is some of the biggest challenges around development are in the stormwater space. And so if council takes a view wider than just simply the land parcel, if you recall, regional council standards result in a requirement to reduce stormwater by 20% from the baseline level. That creates a significant pressure within an individual land parcel. So one of the options for us is to develop that infrastructure in advance, or lead infrastructure.
Thank you, JP. I'm not going to entertain any further discussion on it because that will be coming up in one of our workshops. We heard prior to Christmas that it's something that we will probably be addressing in the future. There are a number of speakers, so I want to carry on, please. Mrs. Trumper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the team for putting all this together. It has been a significant piece of work, and I know the girls have been head down and biting to JP's directions. I am really concerned that there is absolutely nothing in the master plan that actually mentions rural or non-urban. And even though Her Worship has just mentioned the lakes, again, the fact that we have Mamaku and Rotorua both desperately needing regeneration, whatever you would like to choose the word today, we need to be mindful that it is not just inner city living. We have housing issues and we have an absolute need for a lot of these things. So what I wanted to say, while it is aspirational, one thing that this council is really notorious for forgetting is that you actually board 2 regional councils. And when you talk about regional council, you forget Waikato Regional Council. And I think that you've got to bear in mind that a fair portion of your rural community actually live in the Waikato catchment. And when we're creating the master plan...
And your point being?
Sorry, I'm getting to my question. Getting to creating the master plan is where will rural fit in?
Thank you. Well, it's good. It is good to have you at the table, Mrs. Trumper, because you do constantly remind us of that we have to be seen, not only be seen to be more inclusive, to actually be inclusive. So thank you for that reminder. Councillor Wang and then Councillor Kai Fong.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Thank you. And thank you, JP and the team, for setting out this strategy plan. Regards to climate change action plan and the sustainable living strategy, I really look forward to working with Te Tato and iwi on these issues. So yeah, we've got a great future ahead. Regarding the economic development and the economic impact, does it actually include safety? Because I don't see anything mentioning safety in our inner city revitalisation strategy.
Councillors, it probably picks up on in the previous question as well, is again, this was an update and a sort of an overview. So yes, issues like safety and even within the spatial plan, there was recognition of the rural communities that needed development as well, lakes as well as rural. So again, for the brevity of the report, that's my apology for not having specifically covered all of the issues. Again, that's part of the project plans that need to come back around each of the sort of strategy review areas. So they will encompass all of the aspects that should be included within those. But again, for brevity in the report, we've tended just to keep it focused.
Councillor Kai Fong.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. JP, just a question. Obviously, we've got the existing strategies and they have proposed timelines in terms of processes and deliverables. And because we've got this main overarching housing strategy, which will feed into the others, what are the sort of proposed timelines to get this underway, given that we've been elected since October and we really want to kind of get going?
Councillor, it's the most important timing aspect for us. So, as you say, the core focus is around the housing action plan, and a lot of the work for that will also influence some of the other strategies, and hence our reasoning behind some of them are some refresh documents. Una is leading very much on the thinking around the LTP timetable. So one of the things that we'd set out on that roadmap was an intention to try and have most of these strategy refreshers or rewrites or refocuses in place by August, September. So that's really driving the thinking behind how we intend to engage with that stakeholders or those people who are involved in those strategies, so that by September we have an opportunity to say, look, is there any key actions here that need to be recognised into the next long-term plan, because that's really when we need to start making decisions about what could potentially be phased into the next long-term plan. So this is how the different parts come together. So the staff leads who are developing up the project plans have a view that it's really between now and August that we need to start saying, okay, how do we roll out these processes? And clearly that's one of the reasons why we've reached across to Rotorua Economic Development to say, actually, we probably need some help for undertaking some of that work, particularly around some economic analysis and discussions with property owners. So again, it's how we're at this stage looking at managing those plans, A, to keep them focused, so we don't open up more fronts than we can actually successfully work on. B, keep the focus on that core priority around the housing, but equally making sure that what we get back and what we develop is in place, ready to lead into the long-term plan process.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. Thank you again. This is a very interesting report. One addition to it, which is not in the document that came to us, is a chart indicating the relationship between lead councillors and project management leads. Can we have a quick look at that chart again?
Sorry.
That's it, yes. I just draw attention to the fact that the three of us are not on that chart at all, but what we will promise to do is be critical friends to the rest of council. That's the first point. Second point is that a foundational assumption of this entire document that you gave us is that this is a high-level process plan. One of its assumptions is that Vision 2030 is still absolutely valid and universally supported. I'm not sure that's the case. Recall the recent survey findings related to community leadership. Less than 30% of respondents had confidence in governance. Under planning, policy and consenting, the ratings were even worse, indicating that council's performance evaluation, indicators and practices could be in need of urgent overhaul. That implies that our information systems on which we're doing our planning and so on could be, to a degree, flawed. So my suggestion here is, given this range of confidence ratings at or less than 30%, it might be wiser for us to develop more modest and more provisional plans.
No, I'll take that. Yes, I appreciate what you're saying, but that was a survey, that the results of a survey, but those aspirations were set and have been supported through the feedback that we continue to get. So, I thank you. Thank you for your comment. Do you have any?
Yes, I've got some more particular points on certain pages. On page 18, note our community now has been promised a housing plan for many, many months, but that strategy will not be delivering an action plan for another 6 months. This is a point Councillor Kai Fong picked up. On page 19, we've been promised a climate action plan, but this process that's set out will not deliver what's called a climate adaptation mitigation plan for another 9 months. The sustainable living strategy is an interesting grab bag of programs, but I couldn't discern the coherence unifying that sustainable living strategy. I think the rationale for that strategy needs to be strengthened. On page 19-20, we have an economic development framework that, for the life of me, I could not discern any recognisable theory that would boost confidence in Rotorua as an investment destination. And that's the key concern I have about that aspect of the plan. And the deliverables are both vague and not anticipated for another 9 months' time, again ignoring, or perhaps didn't take into account, the major impacts on our district's economy caused by coronavirus. I think there's quite a bit of rethinking has got to be done because of that pandemic.
Just a moment, please.
Page 20?
No, just a moment, please.
Sure.
There was a lot of thinking done about this because everyone around this table was at the workshops, and we actually identified the priorities. The other thing too is we're well aware that we're talking about some significant hard issues. If you're talking about housing, and of course we've been talking about that for some time. We have been talking with central government, thank goodness, and in terms of the climate action plan as well, we've been talking and doing some mahi on that. So a lot of this actually there has been some work done on it. I suspect that we are wanting to see, as I just heard before from Councillor Kai Fong, starting to want to put some timelines around some of these as we move forward. This is merely the start of a significant piece of work that we have to start moving forward on. So I'm not going to accept that nothing has happened and we've got to do some more reworking. We may as we go through, and the leads may indicate to us as they start delving down into their areas of work, there's some more thinking that might have to go in behind some of this. But I'm not going to have the paper pulled apart. So if you've got another wrap up there to go, I'm happy to listen to it. Otherwise, I'm going to...
I have about 4 or 5 more points. I'll run these points in another location then. My final point is this, is that the inner city regeneration strategy is widely regarded, I would argue, as a slow motion train wreck. It is not improving. The police made that quite clear when they presented on the question of law and order. But yesterday morning, in the Rotorua Daily Post on page 30, there's an advertisement which suggests that the Chamber of Commerce has gazumped the strategy, inner city revitalisation or regeneration strategy, and they've announced a joint project with Pukeroa Rewhata Trust on inner city regeneration. So that would be my final point, that there are apparently processes running which have bypassed council. But given your admission, I will leave matters at that point.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Can I just comment on something that you said earlier on? And when you were looking up there, you noticed that a number, I think 3 of you that were not in there, 3 councillors were not anywhere in the picture up there, and you'd prefer to be critical friends. I would prefer that you are fully contributing councillors. And that's what you can do. I mean, we can all criticise and find fault, but it's better to be looking, I think, about how we can make things happen, or how we can be more, not necessarily supportive of, but look at things and think we need to be moving forward on a whole raft of areas of work. And we've seen the work plan. And sometimes I wonder about our capacity within the organisation. That's a really big thing as well. We are impatient to see many of these areas addressed as quickly as possible. And thank goodness, as I said before, we're not starting from scratch. Some work has been done, and there's still a lot of more work to be getting on with. So we can do the best that we can with the full support of all councillors around the table. I'd like to think that at some stage, councillors who are not there would be able to have some input as well. That's important, that we want to be inclusive, but we want to be inclusive because we know everybody is singing from the same song sheet, not always agreeing, but certainly moving forward so that we can get the best decisions for our communities when we do go out. Not only to consult, but also to say we are moving in this area because that's what you've indicated you want to see some change in. So I'll give the last word to you, Your Worship, and then I'm going to put the...
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I did take a point of order because I took exception to the fact that work hasn't been done. When we got in October, I stood for a housing plan to be developed, the only mayoral candidate that did. And council officers sat around straight away and started working on what that could look like. And it will come to full council once we know what it looks like. So I take exception to that we've been gazumped by the Chamber. Our housing plan includes Rotorua Economic Development, councillor-led, and also the Chamber of Commerce. So what an odd remark from someone that could always come and talk to me about what's this housing plan going to look like. This is a high-level strategy document. What we want is constructive input and participation. And there will be sub-projects that I can see are going to fall out of this, and I can see some, and all of us know we talked about it when we had the workshop. That was the time for constructive input. So I take exception to the fact that there's no work being done on the housing plan. Councillor Tapsell's leading that, and others will come in, and others will come in with various hats on here as lead councillors, and there will be many work streams. We're going to be an incredibly busy council to deliver everything that's up here before us. So that's why I took a point of order, Madam Chair. I don't want the public to think that no work has been done with government and with our leaders in our community about the development of a housing plan, and I'm very satisfied of the process to date.
Thank you. I am going to put that motion in a moment, but I just thought perhaps our CEO, Jeff, you might like, this is a significant piece of work as we're going forward. I did just mention briefly about capacity within the organisation, and you might like to just comment. I wouldn't like to think we've bitten off more than we can chew. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Look, I think my view is that when council, through the workshops, considered the new priorities, it was actually quite clear that our existing work program was actually also considered as one of the priorities. Now, what I should say is that that work program is of quite some significance, and that I think over the next 3 years, which is the right-hand part of the slide I'm talking about, we have a capital works program of more than $90 million per annum. That's things like the lakefront, reopening the museum, the Performing Arts Centre, the work in the forest. So if you look at the activities on the right-hand side, you would actually see a work program that is actually of scale and quite a challenge to deliver on itself. On the left-hand side, the expectation to address the challenges around housing and thriving communities is in of itself substantial. And in order to actually make any progress there, the middle part of the slide refers to a very close partnership between iwi and government and council. Now, to form a trusting, close working, collaborative relationship between those entities is of itself a major actually requirement. What I'm pleased with, and the leads on these projects have actually received briefings, is that we've made substantial progress in this area to date, and we'll be working over the next month or so to be able to come back to council with a full view as to what that progress looks like and what the response will be to the priority of our homes and thriving communities. We have bitten off an awful lot, and I think it's fair to say that in biting off so much, sometimes I look at our very small strategy team and think, gosh, you guys are actually taking a lot on. And most indeed they are. But what I can say, though, is that the key to all of this has been a hallmark, I think, of this organisation now, is that we don't do anything alone. And everything is actually done in partnership. And so our council priority with regards to homes and thriving communities isn't a council responsibility alone. It's actually a responsibility that we're looking to undertake in close partnership with government and with iwi as well. That's what gives me the confidence that we'll be able to actually deliver a substantial and significant response to the housing challenges in front of us. It's also what gives me confidence that us as an organisation is actually able to take on with some level of confidence that we'll be able to come back to you with a substantive response that you will, I'm sure, look at and consider, and what I would hope conclude that this is actually going to make a tangible difference in our community. There will be challenges, and I think the level of impatience that I would expect that you'll all have as to why can't we move faster will always be there. We have our climate action plan. Some work was really completed on that at the end of last year, and that will need to go out into our community. But I think even the appetite within the community, there is a strong demand for change. But at the same time, as I think a number of comments have been made, we need to take our community with us on this journey also. And so some of the work will require a lot of community consultation and engagement, and something itself will actually need to be thorough and will take time itself. So look, I am confident is what I can be, but we have, as you have said, taken a lot on here. And I think as an organisation, we stepped up significantly from 2014, 2015 to take on the priorities shown on the right-hand side. We're now taking not just a step, but perhaps a major jump, I would suggest, in taking on the challenge of homes and thriving communities. So that's where we are, and I think that as we sort of look to the next forthcoming meetings, we'll be able to delve much further into the action plans that will be unveiled around our new priority area.
Oh, thank you very much for that, the explanation, and just to give us a little bit more rounding out on what we've discussed this morning. Thank you for that, Jeff. Now, I would like to move this second part of our recommendation, and to be seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. That the committee endorses the process detailed in this report for the development of a housing and thriving communities strategy and a climate action plan to support the 2019-2022 priorities identified by Council. I'm now going to put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? There's one, thank you. Thank you, Councillor McPherson, thank you. So, certainly passed. Oh yes, certainly be recorded, thank you. Thank you for that. Now we do have another recommendation 4, which is Te Tātou Aotearoa Annual Plan. Now I am going to adjourn our meeting shortly because the Te Tātou Aotearoa want to present their plan at 1 o'clock. They're bringing a number of people in to join them for this plan, and they're taking their time out of their lunchtime to get here. So we do have some time available to us. What is the time? What happened to our clock? 11:40 now. So we are going to have lunch at, I think, midday. Well, we actually can have lunch now. So we're going to have a nice long break, and we will resume at 1 o'clock for that the presentation of Te Tātou Aotearoa Annual Plan, and we're looking forward to that. And then we do have at 2 o'clock for, I think, a couple of hours, the first of our annual plan forums. That's correct. So, and I do hope all of you will be here for that, because if you're not, it does mean that you sometimes don't keep up with everything that's been going on. Oh yes, not the annual plan. Sorry, I did say annual plan. It's annual report. Thank you very much. Mrs. Trump, you have a comment?
Sorry, just before we wind up, I would like Council to acknowledge Councillor Tapsell for being successful in her nomination for the Community Board Executive for the Zone 2 Rep. And next week, she will be putting her name forward for Chair of the Community Board Executive. So we all wish her well.
Kia ora. And also, Councillor McPherson, you did mention to me about Councillor Sharank is not well, too well.
Yes, piece of information. About 10:30 yesterday morning, Glenys, by pre-arrangement, went into the hospital, and she is having a series of tests over the next few days to try and recover the reason for a dramatic drop in her blood pressure. She's surrounded by grandchildren. She's perfectly well, very chirpy, and but wished to be remembered to council.
Oh, thank you very much. And I did say Councillor Serang, but for our former councillor colleague, but thank you. And of course, best wishes from our council to Glenys Serang. So thank you. I will adjourn our meeting now. And do I need, no, I do need a mover and a seconder to adjourn, don't I? Or no? I really do. No. Oh, no, thank you. We're not full council. So thank you. So I'll adjourn till 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. It's 1 o'clock now, so we'll resume our meeting. And I would like to ask Councillor Maxwell if he could greet our Te Tato partners in the most appropriate way for Te Arawa. Thank you.
Kia te pai, thank you, Madam Chair. Tūtahi ke te mihi au kia koutou aku whanaunga o Te Arawa, nau mai, haere mai ki tēnei te whare o te kaunihera o Rotorua, tō whare, nā ki whare, pai tērā, nau mai, haere mai. I te rangatira te taru, ke te mihi au kia koe, kia koutou katoa. Nau mai, haere. I'm coming down.
Whakariti. Au matai ai a whautau toko mamai. Ai mo kia makau e toko tāhau tai tāpiti.
Whakaati ko tohu kai au, me ko hoki atu ngā kororo mihi ki atu. Pai te mea tuki te pau ki hera. Katoa nei te mea, me karo te kawaki ngā whakahaere ki atu. Rei hati mea. Mai rāno. Pai ono ka, ko tahi roa te take o taku tū te pai, e rā ko te whakamiri atu, whānau atu. Pai rei kura ki atu. Tikana kia mihi atu. Ia, ki wai te aroaro o te kaunihera. Ate mea ko ia te hermana tuarua o tēnei rōpui tēnei ko te tatau o te awa. Rei hati mira tuai kia
sorry, tēnā koe Trevor, thank you very much for the mihi to our whanaunga, me manuhiri here today. No mai hara mai, and welcome to you. I think when I was just listening how far we have come, and I know a little later on I'll, perhaps towards the end of our proceedings, Your Worship, I can hand to you just to say some words as well, but when I was thinking some years back, never would we have thought what we see today in the chamber, never. And so it is really just lovely. And I can't emphasise the importance of having Te Tātou o Te Arawa sitting at the table with us. And we were this morning again with two of our other iwi from within Te Arawa. And so that was important for us as well. So things are moving in the right direction, and I'm grateful for that. And it's fitting too today that it's the first meeting for the Strategy and Policy and Finance Committee that we have Te Tātou o Te Arawa, your annual report being presented today. So welcome to you, and it's over to you. Kia ora.
Kia ora no tātou, e tautukuna haunga mihi, e ngā whakaaro aroha ki tō tātou wahine toa, wahine humari wahine aroha mala. Me koutou te hongo ora ngā mihi ana ki a koutou hoki. Madam Chair, just to reiterate our sorrow at losing our dear friend and whanaunga, Nāroma Mala Grant, our Deputy Chair for Tātou o Te Arawa. It's indeed a sad day for Te Arawa, it's a sad day for Tātou o Te Arawa, to lose such a lovely soul, and I'll put it that way. They don't come around in generations that often, but she was one of those special people that we sincerely miss. She wasn't my right-hand person, she was the right person. And so I just want to leave that note of thanks for the mihi that was given by Rawiri, but for the expressions of aroha that you've extended as well to us this morning. Very much appreciated. Yes, we're here to present our annual report to Council. I will deliver a summary of the Chairman's statement. Jude Pani, our Executive Officer, Amana Hautu, will deliver the operational aspects of our report. Not in detail, because I'm taking this report as tabled, and Glenn Hawkins from the illustrious accounting firm of Glenn Hawkins and Associates, so there must be a relationship there, Glenn, will deliver our financial report to you as well. So with that said, I don't want to go into the body of my report, it's there for you to read, but I just want to reiterate for some of the new members of Council why we exist, okay? And how come we exist, because I think that's important to understand the journey we've been on, and not so much the challenges, but the opportunities that have been before all of us as a community to consolidate how we might work together for the betterment of our communities. But in terms of the value of the values proposition, now our vision is quite clear. We want to develop a sustainable intergenerational well-being for our people, our culture, our place, which is a very inclusive vision. And I will make this statement very clear on behalf of Tātou. Yes, we are put in by our constituency to represent them, but I would argue that what is good for that constituency, and I remember you, Councillor Maxwell, pumping the air when you said there was 40% of the population was now Māori, that it is actually a very timely reminder that bringing that community up to speed as well as part of the community would be a major benefit to all of us as Rotorua, a community alive and well. So that's our vision, and our mission really is to represent that particular constituency, but in the process of doing that, partner with the Lakes Council in a manner that embodies trust, good faith, goodwill, intelligence, and smarts about how we can make our community better. That's why we're here, and we wouldn't have it any other way. In terms of our values, well, you'll see the list of them there. The tikanga and kaua o te ara was important to us from a cultural perspective that identifies who we are and where we've come from. Issues of tautuutu, reciprocity, transparency, and how we work together, really, really important to us. There's no surprises, and that's what we bring to the table. We don't work with surprises, and so that's our endeavour is to maintain that. And of course, we certainly respect the treaty. We also respect the treaty that's special to Rotorua, which is the Fenton Agreement, signed in the 1880s, which actually gifted 3,000 hectares of land to start this township, acres of land to start this township of Rotorua. And of course, in remembrance of that space, the original council members of Haupapa and Pukuatua being on there as well, I want to acknowledge the Ngāti Whakaue participation in that early space.
So with that said, in terms of the values and bringing you back in time, I want to just account the background a little bit again, so there's a clear sense of journey here. In 1993, a standing committee was can you put that slide back up again? Yep. In 1993, a standing committee was formed in order to give a voice to Te Arawa. I know this space intimately because in 1993, I was the inaugural director of Te Puni Kōkiri, who facilitated this development along with Bishop Manuhia Bennett. And we brought this to the table to give voice. Of course, at that point, there was nothing in the legislation that suggested that there was a responsibility for Māori engagement, particularly around consultation. That didn't happen until 9 years later. And with that said, it was another 7 years of concerted effort to get conversations going around the table in a partnership manner that really didn't manifest itself. We have a view, we have a saying here, a bit of a nihomori, lack teeth, lack bite. And so the contribution in many ways wasn't there other than angst being generated and a start of poor relationships being in that space. It came to a head in 2012 when Ngāti Pikiao took the council to court on the Rotorua Sewage scheme, and the council lost. And it lost on the grounds of consultation and failure to engage. And they got a pretty big rap over the knuckles at the time. And from my recollection, it cost about $2 million of council money to defend their particular position, which they lost. Okay, in 2013, that's prompted an audit and a review of council of that point, and it's particularly the standing committee and its involvement and role. Followed hot on the heels with the release of Rotorua 2030, Tātou working together, where it identified the need to partner with Te Arawa in that space. So the council, in its wisdom, gave the go-ahead for Te Arawa to form its model and to come back to the council with a model that they thought could work, that manifested the needs of the people, the desires of the people, not sensed it as urgent, we need to be here, we have to be here, but we want to be here, which is a little bit different. We want to be here, we want to contribute to the community and be recognised in that space. So a model was put up, it was finessed, and then it went out to consultation and public consultation, and 2,000 submissions roughly were submitted. Over half of those, I think, were from Te Arawa. I gave a submission on that particular day as well, and it was a journey. I'll leave it there. But in the end, the council took a vote, and the Tātou Te Arawa was established. Okay. At a signing ceremony at Tamati Kapua Marae on the 18th of December, a partnership agreement was signed. And in that particular time, we had also preceded that with an election of new members to the Tātou board. And we run that through the electoral office, under electoral office rules. And we used the register that the Rotorua Lakes Trust had in terms of extending to our membership. So when, in the final day, Tātou was formed, representing Rangatahi, and I want to mihi to Danielle over here, our Rangatahi representative as well today. Rangatahi, Kōeke, that's elders, trusts and incorporations, post-settlement government entities, what's the other one? And Hapu and Iwi represent. So it was across the board. So we legitimately stand and say we have the mandate of Te Arawa to work with the council on municipality matters. So we're legitimate in the context of a tribal construct and positioning in that space. Similarly, the Rotorua Lakes Trust as well have a mandate. So there are two mandated organisations. One is Tātou Te Arawa, the other one is Rotorua Lakes Trust. They look after the lakes, we look after the municipality. So that's the position we find ourselves in. So fast forward to 2019, we've just completed another election process, run again on similar lines. This time we did it jointly with the Rotorua Lakes Trust. We did it 4 years later. This first term that we've had has been 4 years, not 3, because we wanted to align with the electoral cycle. So we are where we are now. Our members, I would argue, have very well accomplished and very skilled people. I think we've got several master's degrees. We've got an RMA commissioner. We've got a doctorate. We've got several bachelor's degrees. We've got a lawyer. We've got an IT specialist very soon coming through. It's a replacement, sadly, for Mala. But you know, one of the biggest things that I've always said, that what we bring to the table is a Te Arawa heart. And that heart says that there's a place for all of us, our people, our culture, our place. And our determination is to ensure that's embedded in whatever we do. So, Jude, is there any other slide? Okay. I'm going to very quickly, just reinforce again the partnership issues here. We've built a framework with the council and it signed an agreement for a partnership arrangement here. It's a mechanism that also looks at the resourcing of Tātou in that space, and you'll see the resources, how they flow in the financial report. and that we will work together to share information to establish an intelligent form of actually moving our peoples forward. Next one. And okay, I mean, I'm not going to read those out, but basically this is just to reinforce maximising our participation with you and to do it in a way that's done in good faith, goodwill, and with all the responsibilities and the objective of empowering our communities. Yeah. So right now, and Julie's going to elaborate on this, we're actually working on a Te Arawa vision. It's not a 2030 vision, it's 2050 vision. And we wanted to do that to make sure that Te Arawa had a view of the world in 2 or 3 generations' time. We also wanted to make sure that we are able to participate on equitable terms with Council as you unroll your vision, and we can work with that, and then align how this works with a vision of the future for Te Arawa. So in saying that, we've actually gone through a long list of very elite leaders of different institutions to get to a point where we actually made some major progress in that area. Again, Jude will elaborate on that. I'm not going to go any further in my report. It's there for you to read, other than to say and to acknowledge our committee members who are on Council. I do believe that they have acquitted themselves well. They do their homework well. I will say openly that they do focus on the issues. You know, from our point of view, you know, we don't characterise anything. We just note, do our homework and do the job. And hopefully we deliver around the table. And maybe you've experienced that over the last year. We've also, you know, we've developed some very powerful projects that we're working on. One was the vision, as you said. The other one is building the bilingual strength of our city. I mean, it's been a little quiet in the latter year, but we've been actually repositioning to try and get it intuitive in the next triennium. So in 3 years' time, we hope that it doesn't have to be debated, that it's actually active and happening in the field. And also we're developing some capability tools, for example, around town planning for our people, so that they can look at their own territories and vision it and actually have a view of what their places might look like. For example, Hunamatu, maybe Ngāpunua as well, where they can actually have an oversight and say, well, this is our land, this is where we want to position things, this is the impact if we do this against that. So these are the sort of things that we've... So I want to acknowledge the team of Te Tatou o Te Arawa. I want to acknowledge our accountant here for keeping us nice and tidy. And usually that's an area of vulnerability, but I have to joyfully say that this is a year where we can say hand on heart that we're pretty clean and we've delivered value for the monies that we've got. So on that note, I don't know, Madam Chair, whether you want to take questions or you want to leave it till we roll out and finish at the end.
Thank you. I'd prefer if you could just move on with your... thank you, and we'll just take... I'm sure there'll be some complimentary questions later. Thank you.
Thanks, Taru. I thought you were going to do my report too.
I nearly did.
Madam Chair, Mayor Stephen, members, thank you for this opportunity, and I'm just going to quickly take you through a few slides summarising what you've already read in the operations report. And I'll start a little bit with the beginning of this reporting period, and it was the last year for Te Tatou's inaugural board triennium, or a little bit longer than the 3 years. And the board sat down and made the decision that they wouldn't sit in quiet reflection and pat themselves on the back, but they would actually take a really future-focused approach to set the scene for the next 3 years. And so they reviewed strategic plan, put the elections planning as a top priority, and also set for me some operational priorities around 3 kaupapa. And I'll just talk briefly about those later, but under the umbrella of Te Arawa Air. And the board decided to do that because really being a little bit strategic in terms of this is the same constituency, we're engaging with the same people, we're going to funders to support us across these 3 streams of work. So we needed to be a little bit smart in how we could deliver that. So the key success for me was around achieving these deliverables, and huge challenges for me, capability-wise. I know my strengths, I know what I can deliver, and I know what I need a team to support me in. Capability, capacity and funding. I mean, just the same things as JP talked to you about this morning. You know, it's the same challenges, and for me, it's about I'm the one employee and I work part-time. So Yeah, so we needed to look at opportunities, we needed to look at partnerships, collaborations, and be creative and facilitate solutions that would deliver these outcomes for my board. So I'll start with elections planning, and the board put a team together to support me on this. And I know for me the governance management split is, this is governance and this is management. But for me, I could not deliver if I did not work in partnership with my board. Each member brings a set of skills and capability that they need to walk alongside of me if I'm going to ever make a dent in Te Arawa and deliver this. And that being said, my heart is broken for Mala, losing her. I felt like I owned her, and she had that impact on everybody. She made you feel like, she was yours. Anyway, back to elections planning. And so Te Tato delivered the first solely run and managed elections last year. The first time it was piggybacked on council, but this time Te Tato ran it solely by themselves. Election planning was prioritised, a subcommittee established, and the usual enrol, stand, vote strategy was put in place to try and enrol people, onto the Lakes Register, get candidates standing, and then of course get people voting, the ones that were on the register. We used Dale Ofsowski as our returning officer, and so did the Lakes Trust. So we worked together to get a really good arrangement there. The technical elections started in this reporting period, and the board came into office in August. And I would say here that in terms of running the elections, our deed is quite silent in terms of requirements for how to run an election. So having been an electoral officer in a formal life, I picked up the framework of the Local Electoral Act and applied the local government process around Te Tato's elections. Engagement was mainly social media campaign, and it was very active. The comms team did an amazing job for Te Tato, pushing, but it was mainly through social media. And there's some opportunities there, but with limited resources and limited budget, one can't sort of get out on the ground and work with the nannies and the aunties and, where it really makes a difference. So the new board is a mix of experience, and you've seen it, the fresh energy from the new trustees. So it's an exciting 3 years. So I'll just talk briefly around Te Arawa and its 3 kaupapa, Te Arawa Vision, Rotorua, Riorua, and the mana whenua hapu capability. And Taru's touched on these streams of work, and it's in my report, so I won't hang around too much. But I have added a few bullet points just to update you on where things are at currently from this reporting period. So Te Tato was mandated to deliver this vision. This didn't drop out of thin air. The people said to Te Tato, this is the model we want, this is the partnership model we want, and this is what we want you to do. So it's been on Te Tato's strategic plan for some time, and it really, in this reporting period, got legs or wheels or whatever, and really being led by the secondment of Jenny Reaney into our team and working alongside me. And from funding, the funding started through the community internship, DIA. They supported Te Tato, and the community advisor then worked alongside me on various, to secure lots of support and lots of other funding streams to deliver on this kaupapa. So plan drafted, project team established, all that analysis. So this isn't just, let's start from a blank sheet of paper. Jenny has spent hours and hours and hours working through every strategy document, every piece of analysis, collated them all, and also brought together a governance team. And you'll see all the logos in my report, just how broad that is, all the Te Arawa mandated, governance entities. So draft will be ready in March for submissions in March. So this is exciting. It's been written by Anaha Heaney and Jenny Reaney. So together they are writing this Te Arawa vision. Submissions in March and then a launch in May. And phase 2 is spatial plan. So our next bid for funding will be around phase 2 of the Te Arawa vision into a spatial planning format. Rotorua, this was endorsed by Council back in 2017. 2 phases were completed, aiming to normalise te reo Māori in the city. And Kerry-Ann Hancock, you will remember, some of you, led out those 2 phases. Phase 3 is about sustainability, and Te Tātou was very grateful for what Kerry-Ann did, but one of the recommendations was setting up a new entity, and the board did not want to leap to setting up a whole new entity, but just revisit that and see what is the best structure to move this forward. And again, Jenny's been a key aspect of that, but we've now appointed Rosemary Rangituira to be project lead of Rotorua. And you'll see there listed what we've delivered in that period to our funders, funding from Te Mātāwai, Te Puni Kōkiri, Council and the university. So we've got quite a support base now for delivering on our kaupapa. I will mention the research down there, the second to last bullet point, and that's Roku Mihinui is doing some contract work for Te Tātou, looking at the future Rotorua structure. And currently, it's not looking like a separate entity is going to be the recommendation. So we'll see where that lands. And we work closely with Te Amarangi to make sure that we're connecting in with council here. Okay, the last one is about mana whenua hapu capability, and really the whole underpinning this is around what Taru mentioned, around the partnership, around the deliverables and the goals of the partnership, about making sure there's that participation in council decision-making processes. So we've worked alongside our funders and our supporters, the Regional Council, Te Puni Kōkiri, Rotorua Energy Charitable Trust, and we work with hapu with an active mandated structure who are willing to partner with us and in places where council have an active strategic involvement. So we really try and align this piece of work with council activity. And Taru mentioned Ohinimutu Village. That's been our major focus, and we're working with the Canterbury University and the Geospatial Research Institute around developing a place-based tool for the village. 3-year project, and we're looking at that finishing in October. University have got funding through MB, and they're partnering with Te Tātou to facilitate this on the ground, and we're looking at that being completed on October, and we're hoping that that will be a tool then that can be replicated to other hapu in Ngāpuna Village. So we're assisting the hapu there with planning ahead of their structure planning process. And I'll mention just that sort of other hapu. We've provided umbrella funding for organisations that are not structured or are not able to apply for funding. So they'll come to Te Tātou and TPK and RECT if they know it's coming under their Te Tātou umbrella. They're very happy to fund us. So workspace, we've got a hub down Haupapa Street where it's sort of a lively Te Arawa drop-in centre, and the boardroom's used by lots of groups. So that's that bottom one. Anyway, got plans for a broader Te Arawa hub too. We've got plans, so hopefully that will all roll out. Hand over to Glenn.
Kia ora tātou, ko Glenn Hawkins tōku ingoa, ko Ngāti Whakau me Ngāti Maniapoto tōku iwi. It's a privilege to be here today to present the financial report for Te Tātou o Te Arawa, and it's also a privilege to serve Te Tātou o Te Arawa, such an important organisation for this town and this community. So I'm going to go through a summary of the financial report. I understand you have the full financials with you, so if you do have any specific questions about the full financial report, I'm happy to take those as well. It's going to be a relatively short report. We don't have a lot of money to play with in this organisation. We've got a slightly better profit than last year, I'm pleased to report. But yeah, if I can just summarise firstly in terms of the revenue that we receive, we have baseline funding within the grants and sponsorship line of $217,000 from Council, which is obviously greatly received and appreciated. So that's the baseline funding, and in addition to that, Jude and Taru and the team have done a wonderful job of attracting other funding support. So in total, the income for the year is at $329,000. The comparative numbers in the second column, actually should say 15 months, we had a change in balance date. So when we are comparing the two columns, just note that the previous year's numbers are 15 months worth, so they are not entirely comparable. So $330,000 in funding in total last year for the projects, the very important projects that the team are undertaking. We've had costs for the bilingual city projects of $30,000 and the Te Aroha Vision project in the last year of $35,000. And then apart from that, really it's just the team doing all the work. We have employee costs for Jude and any other support that she needs, $88,000. We have trustee fees in total, and there is a breakdown in the notes to the accounts of $118,000 for the 12 months. And of course administration, all the administration office costs, costs of our services, and they total $42,000. Apart from that, depreciation and a few other miscellaneous expenses brings us to total costs of $335,000, which leaves us with a surplus of $4,832, which is a significant improvement on last year's $179 that I presented to you. So the funding is, it works well, covers all our base costs, and in addition to that, the team attract other funding to ensure that we're sustainable as an organisation. So just graphically, if we can just show you that information in addition, I mean, that pie with the income, it's relatively straightforward in terms of grants and other sponsorship that we've been able to attract. I mean, in total, 64% of the income for the organisation in the past year is from Council, and the balance has been from other sources. And you can see the expenses, the two biggest pieces of the pie, of course, all the people doing all the work, so the trustees as well as the employees of the charitable trust. And apart from that, we have other project costs as parts of the pie, and also our administration and miscellaneous costs. So a very straightforward organisation to report on. In terms of the other important report we always like to talk about is our balance sheet, or what we now call our statement of financial position. So as at the 30th of June 2019, which does seem like a while ago, you can see there we had a relatively healthy bank balance. So we had a lot of funding that had been received prior to end of year, which is now currently being spent in this year. A number of the various contracts and other sponsorship funding that have been received, they were received prior to year end. So we did have a good bank balance at that point, $156,000. We had other money owing to us and some prepayments, so total assets of $201,000, which was up from a year previously where it was at $161,000. And in terms of our liabilities, nothing to be concerned about there. We have our usual creditors, monthly creditors. We have our annual leave owing to staff, which is sitting at, which is the employee costs payable, GST, and the big number there is the income in advance. So the funding received for the various contracts that commenced in the new financial year. We also had the election funding from Council, so the process started in July, so that was also deferred to income in advance, and that was $34,000. So assets less liabilities leaves us with just enough, $22,000 in equity to carry us through to the next financial year. So, you know, we're not here to make a lot of money. We are a charity. We're doing some great work in the community and just ticking along, attracting enough funding to supplement the existing council funding to do all the amazing projects that we have on the go at the moment.
Final note, you'll see in the report, my last couple of pages are acknowledgements and just a whole series of logos there. And really, of course, council's at the top, but these are all the organisations that believe in Te Tatau enough to support us by way of funding, working alongside us, and It's taken a few years, but we're at a point now where these main funders know the work Te Tātou's doing, they know about the partnership. They're now clear that actually we're not part of council. For a while it was a little tricky to get off the ground because they just thought Te Tātou was part of council and local government can do that, you know. But now these funders do understand and are prepared to sit down and listen to us and fund us and support us to deliver on our partnership agreement expectations.
Nei te pūrongo tau, rua mano tau mā iwa kia koutou.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that. The one thing that I did hear about, was very clear about, you've got plans. And that's obvious too with the mahi that's been going in, and thank you for the report. And it was a delight to receive that. That's your first annual plan, isn't it? Annual report to us.
Second.
Second. But the one that's more since since our election and that official election process that's been put in place. Very comprehensive.
I've presented a full operations
Yes,
update.
that's right, a full operational update. Thank you very much for that. And I know that there will be some comments and from some of the councillors around the report. So I think perhaps we'll get a mover in a second, and yes for that. Thank you, Your Worship. Worship, thank you. Been moved by Mayor Chadwick and seconded by Councillor Wang. So I'll move the receipt of that report. I'll move that now. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, thank you, carried. And now I'm going to open that up for any discussion from councillors and others at the table. Thank you. Yes, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by congratulating Te Taru and the board, the Policy Advisory Board. We know Te Tātou Te Arawa. It's performing extremely well. It's quite clear from the quality of this report. Things are developing very well indeed. So congratulations to you and your team, and all the very best on Bay of Plenty Regional Council. You've moved on to, I was going to say a higher authority, but it's just a different authority, isn't it? But I wish you well in that, and I acknowledge the presence of your replacement. All the very best to you as well. I've watched this council operating, as you probably know, for something like about 7 or 8 years, online, often here, and I've noticed the contributions of people like Eugene and Gina Rawari, Jude herself, Potawa, who's not here, but others as well who have made the contributions richer and richer, and you become a fully fledged independent policy advisory board to council. That's your key function, and you're, in my view, performing very well. At the outset of your presentation, Te Taru, you stressed mandates, and in a democratic context, that's very, very important, of course, in addition to having mana whenua status, having to represent mana whenua's perspectives. But in a democratic context, the provenance of each elected member's mandate and the overall participation rates, etc., are very, very important, because those necessarily, from some perspectives, define the degree of legitimacy to your policy advice. And I would love, if I could, to get hold of the sample sizes and the response rates for each of your elections so I can understand with precision how the degree to which you can claim mandates. That's the first suggestion. The second one is that this is the second experience you had now of online voting, and I'd be intrigued to hear your views on the extent to which an online voting system is serving the interests of your group, of the people that you represent. Because it's not without problems, online voting. The third suggestion I've got is that Te Tātou Te Arawa spends public money. $250,000, $290,000 in election years. In addition to that, you're now raising your own money, and that's very much to your credit. But that $250,000 of public money is very important to people. You've argued that you're giving value for money, and I would agree with that. But at the same time, it's just one more niche in legitimacy to have your accounts audited. You're not required to have them audited, and I understand they've not been audited, but I suggest it might be wise to have them audited. It just closes out. I could be wrong on that, but my understanding of the report is they've not been audited. And the very last suggestion is, I recall during the Rotorua over the establishment of the board, which I participated in quite a full way. I remember at the time there was a promise that there would be space given for non-Te Arawa Māori representation on the board. That promise has never come through, and I wondered if there's any further thoughts on that. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Councillor McPherson. Firstly, thank you for the, I guess, the appreciation of the contribution that we've made. You know, your comments that we've operated very efficiently is much appreciated. In terms of the policy advice, we do see ourselves in a partnership role with Council, which brings to it another way of thinking about it that may not be in line with some of the thinking around the table, but we've come here in terms of looking at partnerships, good faith, goodwill, trust, and bringing what we see as a considerable slice of the community to the table to participate and to add value as best we can around the table. I acknowledge the fact that mandate's important, and I agree with you and we do consider that the process we led and the electoral process that we led aligned with the Local Government Act, with people experienced in electoral office roles, not just Stu, but the person that was used, and to come up with a result. And then the best you can do is market yourself and market the campaign as best as you can. And we can supply you with those numbers. We can supply you with those numbers and your request for the information you require. You know, when it comes down to legitimacy, I will leave that to the system to argue whether or not we were legitimate or not in the context of the outcome of the results. I guess all of us who stand in the committee now feel that our people have legitimately supported us, and I don't have any further explanation to that to add. In the context of whether or not our accounts, you know, I guess the $250,000 is at this present moment, and I always say this, including GST, is it not? Yes, it is. It's including GST, and so it's a little bit less than the sort of number that we bandy around. And I accept your comment around that we've done pretty well to go out and exercise that we'll go and get extra funding, and we've done that. I'm also reminded of the fact that around the table that there is considerable skill that have delivered what you have considered to be an efficient and effective report, and a lot of that, if you were, dare I say, to apply a commercial number to that expertise and the level of input, it would certainly advance the number much higher than what we receive. And so, and most of us around the board table, all of us actually have day jobs, and so we try to fill in the gap. And where there are gaps, we try to draw on the skills around the table to complement the gap that's there, because we can't all be here, but we try our best to participate. So this is all in the framework of wanting to participate. Because one of the things that, in saying that, is that Te Arawa, as you know, are intergenerational. We're not going away. We're going to be here. When you look around the landscape, 3,000 acres around this, hectares around this city is still owned by Ngāti Whakaue. You go out to the lakes of Pikiao, all that land is owned by Ngāti Pikiao. But at the same time, if you look at the social deprivation statistics, sadly, they're there, right? So the 40% of the population, it behoves us to do what we can to lift that deprivation statistic. You know, I've been at different hui now where it says that the Māori economy is growing at 10% and the mainstream at about 2.5%. That's pretty much true, and it's reflective also of Te Arawa. But the challenge for us is how do we turn our attention to the social issues that confront this community, that confront our council. And so we see ourselves having a vital role in interpreting that and how we might apply what you consider to be advice and policy advice. I consider that to be sort of value add, direct commentary on how we might influence change to the better, which is the instruction given to our committee members around the table. So, look, I appreciate Councillor McPherson your request for information and your views. I certainly am appreciative of the comments, of the positive comments that you've made. There may be differences of opinion over time at different things, but hey, that's life. I'm going to pass it to our financier just to ask the audit question.
Before you do pass it on, I just want to make a comment here. just to say that, first of all, Te Tātou o Te Aroa is an independent entity. It is an independent entity. You do not have to answer to us. Let's be clear about that. Your mandating process and how you went about that and your numbers, that is your affair. That is entirely your affair. You don't have to justify yourself to us. Not at all. We are in a partnership relationship. It is not one partner telling you how to do your job. From what I have seen, you have always been professional in the way you've conducted yourselves, etc. So I think a little opportunity there was lost by Councillor McPherson to actually talk about that. I want to tell you something else. I've been on a health board for many years. Over the hill in the Waikato Lakes District Health Board, I can tell you public money was lost there by the actions of someone on that health board. That was public money. That wasn't a Māori entity. That was an entity that had all of the checks and balances, it should have had them in place. So I'm just saying, don't be put off by somebody deciding to challenge you on your professionalism, your numbers, etc. Not at all. We know the value. We know the value. And I think, as I said, I think an opportunity was lost by the first speaker to congratulate you on the value that you bring to this relationship.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes, certainly, please.
We, as the Chair of Tātou, I'm more than happy to acknowledge the comments. I appreciate the comments you've made. But we have one major mandate, is to head down, bum up and carry on doing the job we're here to do.
Kia ora, Glenn, thank you.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just in response to the query about the audit, obviously it isn't a requirement in the trust deed, so the trustees have made the decision that the accounts don't need to be audited. All of the money is handled separately by our organisation, and we have checks and balances and controls in place. The trustees are satisfied with that and the reporting that we provide to them on a regular basis. And at the end of the day, we donate half of our time, so our fees are cut by 50% because of the important kaupapa, and the auditors would pretty much take all that profit away if we had to have these accounts audited. So it's partly a financial decision as well. We continue to attract external funding, so that's often a reason you do get your accounts audited, but they haven't been required as Jude has gone about attracting a whole lot of external funding. Kia ora.
Thank you. Your Worship, thank you.
I can just reply to the online voting.
Yes, certainly.
Issue. 30% of the voters voted online, which surprised me. Actually, it's the first time I've run an election for Te Tātou, but the view is that online voting will generate a lot more votes, but it was 30% and 70% was postal.
Thank you.
But I look forward to having coffee with you, Councillor McPherson. We have to catch up.
Splendid. I look forward to that as well.
Thank you.
The question, sorry, just one, the non-Te Aroa Maori representation.
Yeah, I mean, it was discussed. It's something we will consider in this training, okay? It was discussed. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Your Worship, thank you.
Lovely to have you before us, and particularly fitting, I think, that today you marked Mala's death in passing. And to me, the maturity of this partnership was that when we heard that, I knew who I could ring to say, we need to go to Tāhiki, I need to be there, can you come on with me? And I thank you for that. That's when, as a community, we know how to work together. And I thank you also for acknowledging Mala's contribution to the board, and those of you around the council table wouldn't ever understand the number of meetings that we've had with Te Taru and the board about sorting through the initial teething challenges that we had in terms of our partnership, not a policy advisory committee of this council. How does a true partnership look, feel, behave? And I congratulate you for really consolidating after the first 3 years and now into the next triennial for you with a very positive balance sheet. And I think it's very reflective of the fact that you've gone out for other funding. And I know that there are in-kind contributions too. And here I want to acknowledge the relationship with Ahure here at Council, and also that work, Jenny, that you do, Jenny Lena, for working, knowing how this place works, knowing how your aspirations and goals are, and how can we smooth the way in terms of a relationship, because partnerships are about relationships. So I congratulate you with a positive balance sheet at the end. That's no mean feat. And I really look forward to actually the rest of New Zealand, as you mentioned, Madam Chair. Te Maruata don't quite know what to do with the Te Tato Partnership. That is the iwi governance group that liaise with Local Government New Zealand, because this is a very different entity. And we mustn't ever undershoot ourselves that we've got a partnership with Te Arawa. And it's self-governing and it's independent of council, but actually working with us on a shared aspiration. So that's going to be a challenge down in Wellington about hearing your aspirations reflected on a national committee. And I look forward to that challenge. The next one that you talked about that I would like to ask you about, because you talked about this plan going forward, and I know this is the annual report, but you're getting into the sustainability and the livable communities. And I really look forward to seeing what comes out there that you take out to the constituency about what does that look like for you to bring in partnership alongside what we're challenged with as a council. And my only last question now is that e oroa funding. We thought there might be a bit more there from TPK. Do we need to give a bit of a nudge to that so that we can move that a bit faster?
In terms of project funding, we're funded for this year to deliver our deliverables, and we're going to have to go out again and secure more funding for the next year and the next phases of work, both with that and the vision.
So sometimes as a partner, we're quite useful there to help get some more funding. Well done. It's a stunning to see that year's activity and what's coming ahead. I really look forward to that next phase.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Kumar, did you have something? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and with respect to the limited time that we've got left, I'll be very brief. Thank you so much to Taru and team for your good report. I must say that the Tato board is just about as old as I am on the council, and so for me it was quite a wonderful journey when I met Paul Tawa and David Waru, and having a board that could tell me about a lot of things that was more clear on how the iwis operated. My understanding was totally different than if I was on the street to when I could actually talk to them. So it enlightened me in a way, and I thought this partnership, irrespective of the time that I was there, was quite good. So what I'm trying to sort of get at is that this model now, 3 years later, I see is being successful. A lot more has rolled out. There's a lot more integrity and bite into that. And I'm just wondering if this model of partnership is being looked at by other councils as well, right across the country.
Yes, we're getting approached by different councils looking at models, and this model is certainly on their radar. We know that Hamilton has, Waikato is operating a model where they're given voting rights on committees, but it's not quite the same as what we've got here. They haven't gone through the same intense process that we've gone through to get to this point, which is extremely important to have done, because it builds that resilience in there. When you've done the journey, it's no matter how hard it is, we've run the gauntlet and we've done the job. And it is in the hands of our partnership as to whether or not, how long we stay and those sorts of things. So that's a question. But back to your point though, it is definitely on the radar screen. when you look at it, the Lakes Council has got 3 Supreme Awards at successive gatherings. You are at one of them, one stage. There's 2016, 17 and 18. I would like to think that the partnership has had a role to play in that. I know in the first tranche, the first award that was given, it was acknowledgement of the partnership. And I would like to think that the value that was contributed by coming together and getting the best of what we can offer together adds value to that particular tribute to this council. Some may say, well, you know, what's an award about? But I think it is recognition of the hard work and effort that people in to get to that space. And we've had a lot of follow-up inquiries as a result.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell, then Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might end up repeating some of the things that I had said at the AGM. I attended the AGM at the end of last year at GHA, and it was tremendous. And I'm going to say congratulations again, and saying congratulations mean it, not congratulate you and then criticise you. This morning we received the council priorities, this one here, given to us by JP and the team at council, and strongly in there is the iwi council partnership one, and you've given us the report that you've provided for us, and the presentation you gave just shows how important the Te Arawa partnership and our council and working together. And yes, I was just so excited last year when Gina Rangi told us that we are now 40% of the, in Rotorua, of the population, 40%. We're just not another interest group. And that's what we were accused of before in the past, just another interest group. They said about Councillor Kuma, that's right, what have other areas done? I'm aware of many other councils looking at us as to what we've done. If you caught it on television last night, Palmerston North have just gone down the early stages of a partnership one. And boy, and I watched it with interest, and they were just so proud. Not only the Maori rangitani of the area, but the councillors themselves, the mayor, and through to everyone has said, wow, that's a journey we went through some 5 or 6 years ago. And they're really proud of having made a start. And yeah, at the AGM last year, I also mentioned about the local government awards that you have brought some pride and mana on our own council having received, even though sadly you had to put up with fake awards, accusations and things like that. But nō reira, keep working hard. There was a touch, I do recall something about non-Te Arawa people. If I recall in time, I think it was mentioned that maybe in the future, wasn't now. It was to be built up to that.
We are moving along, thank you.
Yeah, I know. Haven't 5 minutes, isn't it?
No, definitely not 5 minutes.
No, the other one I do want to say, and I do recall that 7 to 8 days we had of huge submission, 2,000 submissions here. And I think what you're working with the 250,000, you are spending it well, you're spending it wisely. Te Arawa was accused of going to cost us $2 million per year. I can recall all those words. So pleasingly, I want to say congratulations again and mean it. Kia ora.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas and then Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to also add my congratulations to you, and I think on behalf of both boards, actually. And I think that we see a lot of similarities between ourselves and you. We're both groups that are elected democratically by our constituents. And we both are not part of council, we are partners with council. So we have a lot of affinity with you. I was really pleased you mentioned your committee members, your board members who have sat on committees, because I remember when we first came onto committees, we looked to your board members for how to behave in a role, because they've been such wonderful contributors over the years, and I know that I still look to your board members, how they're addressing issues to help me approach issues as well. Look, the other thing I wanted to say was on your accounts, congratulations for doing so much on so little. I think it's quite amazing. And then the last thing I would like to say, I'd like to congratulate the board on your staff as well. My interactions with Jude and with Jenny and now with Rosemary are fantastic. And I've got to say, every time I've come down to your offices, there's such a warmth and friendliness there, and that's always a great sign of an organisation. So congratulations.
Thank you. And finally, I think Councillor Wang. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you. Firstly, I would just like to say, this Monday when we went to Marla Grant's tangi, and, the energy that was surrounding us and the atmosphere, it really was something really special. The turnout from the community was also, it was a huge turnout, and it just showed the positive impact that not only Marla but Te Tato has made on our community. And that comes into, building relationships, the importance to be able to work together and, putting our community in collaboration, to be able to work together. And that's something that, that we have in Rotorua, that's really unique to us, and that's our people. So, and this all comes to building the future that I guess all of our rangatahi, all of our tamariki will be able to thrive. And that's our goal, is to, to build these relationships for our future generations. And so I really look forward to further enhancing our relationship and to be able to work together, for our community and for our future generations. So, kia ora, thank you very much.
And our final speaker, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you for indulgence, Madam Chair, and through you, Te Taro, Jude, Glenn, and the board, ngā mihi. Look, I've listened to the kōrero today, and thank you for your report back. Partnerships, they need to be built on mutual trust. Mutual trust needs to be earned, but trust can be a fragile thing. And I acknowledge your broad shoulders. We've walked together on a number of kaupapa, and I particularly remember a very robust public meeting at the temporary library on the issue of the wastewater treatment plant proposal. So the way I view our relationship, our partnership with Te Tato, is that the public money invested by this council, it's actually spent by this council on fulfilling its obligations under the LGA as you've outlined. And thank goodness we've established this trust and this partnership. And partnerships can be easily damaged, and there's a point, I think, where critical analysis can sabotage a partnership and damage trust. So from my perspective, I think we're in a strong position. There is a strong level of trust, and thank goodness we have a strong partner in Te Tato o Te Aroa. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you very much, and thank you, councillors and members of the committee, for your words of support for Te Tato o Te Aroa, and thank you for Te Tato and to you and everyone else who's come today to support and to be here to listen to the presentation of your annual report. This is merely, I believe, part of the self-determination journey, te tino rangatiratanga, that Māori are embarking on all over the country. And I heard, and it has been said, you know, what are other councils doing, and are they looking to us? And of course they're looking to us. But you know, and we know here, that it's not easy when you ask to sit alongside of the others who have forever been in the pound seats. People feel afraid of that, people feel uneasy about that, and it's about having to share power. And so all around the country, the treaty settlements have changed the landscape. And now people are saying, well, you can't use our assets. Iwi Māori are saying, you can't use our assets, be it land, water, whatever, geothermal, without us around the table. I mean, this morning we had Unuku Kōpako, me Te Rorotarangi, we had Tūhaurangi, and so I suspect most months when we come to the table now, there'll be something on our agenda which has an impact on the future of the city, be it the lands, be it the lakes, or something like that. So, so councils around the country are experiencing difficulty because to ask to sit at the table feels frightening for many people, and particularly those who might have to relinquish some control. So we know the journey that you've been on, we know the journey for all of us here who have tried to support it, and now we don't have a problem, and we're absolutely, I think, blessed to have Te Tata o Te Arawa sitting alongside us in council. So thank you very much. We were delighted to receive your annual report today. Tēnā koutou. Kia ora. Thank you. Now, this is... Thank you. This is it confidential? No, okay, is the thing come on? It will do. All right. Oh, so what we're going to do now is, thank you, I'm going to conclude our meeting now, and we're going to move into a committee room for our annual plan forum. And Mercia, because you started our day with a karakia, thank you so much, if you would. Thank you.
Kia ora, nō reira, kia hihiri tātou, kia whakairia te tapu, kia wātea ai te ara, kia turuki whakataha ai, haumi e, hui e, tai.
Tai ki e. Thank you. Committee room.
It is. Yes, councillors. So the annual plan forum will start in committee room 1.